Hello everyone and welcome back to Final Fantasy 16. I am Evian. We're going to get into it. Sorry that I'm 11 minutes late, but I did say I would be. So we last left off. Things have happened. Bahamut's got out of control. Got hit by big giant crystal. Might be fighting Joshua. We did some side stuff, had a really nice, good scene with Otto. And now we are, here.
Get up through the building.
It's worth a try.
Yeah. Speed potion.
Someone up there.
Is it Mom? Please tell me it's Mom. I have a sword with her name on it.
Is someone there?
Oh, goody! It's Mom!
It's you.
Sup? I'm alive!
He tried to take him from me. Oh, my boy. My darling. Darling boy.
Is this the child you made with the Emperor? Why, Mother?
I have several dozen questions, Mom.
You have no right!
Oh, I think he has the right.
Answer him.
Oh, yeah, she'll go alright with the sword.
Savage. Show some respect for those who raised you. Honorable Elwyn. Always thinking of his precious homeland. But what worth is a homeland in a world beset by the Blight?
Father did not seek to protect his country. He sought to protect his people.
A leader's duty is not to protect his people.
Yes,
it is
it
to
is.
protect the source of his sovereignty. The noble blood that runs in his family's veins. So long as
Chuck,
this bloodline
madam.
remains unbroken, what does it matter if a nation falls? One can always found another. Unlike him, I did my duty. I preserved my line. I bore a son of the noblest blood, to whom the whole world might kneel. That is why I gave Rosaria to Sambrek, that I might join my line with the Lesages, and birth a savior of this benighted land, blessed by both Bahamut and the Phoenix!
You sold your country for a child.
Why did he need another? You had Joshua.
I had nothing.
And me.
You were always your father's son, so very strong and bold and daring, and yet you failed to awaken. Would that Joshua had been granted 1/10 of your strength? Oh! How the nobles laughed that Elwyn's firstborn was surely the son of a concubine, and my own, not long for this world. The shame of it! The shame of being slandered by one's inferiors! How could you ever know how that feels? It should have been you! Why didn't the Phoenix
Hey, guess what,
you?
Mom?
Joshua's every waking moment was spent trying to shoulder the burden that you and the Phoenix and the Duchy foisted on him. That's why I became his shield. To help bear the weight. But what did you do? You betrayed your own blood and surrendered your son to his fate!
Ooh.
My darling boy. I never meant to hurt him. The
BS.
soldiers' orders were clear. He was to be spared. Why did you survive? When the only one I truly cared for died?
What? Have you
Ow.
not looked out of the window? Joshua is here! The Phoenix lives on! He's battling Bahamut as we speak!
Oh, hey, look, it's Phoenix. Joshua. Holy crap! Oh, God, blood everywhere.
Wake up! I am a shield of Rosaria. And I will do my duty.
What are you...
Oh yeah. Hey Mom, you were mad I didn't awaken? Guess what? Yeah, boy! Let's freaking go!
Joshua?
It's priming time. Heck yeah, it is.
Clive!
Yeah. Yes, but I haven't watched it. Bahamut, you need to chill, man. Oh, it's a flower. Ooh, that's pretty.
First Bahamut, then the heart.
And then Mom. Oh god, point blank. Joshua! My bro!
Joshua! No! Leave my brother alone!
Here, learn Spitfire.
You'll face the consequences.
Spitfire from Bahamut. Oh. That's cool.
Thank you, brother.
Oh, hey, dive bomb.
Good work, Joshua. Shit. Can't reach him.
Okay, Clive, you have support.
No! Brother!
I'm sure he'll be fine.
I'll come back for you.
Ooh, embodying the Phoenix again. Ow. Ow. I am not great at controlling Phoenix.
Your Highness, stop it! Please think of your people!
Think of your boyfriend. Yeah, I am not good at this fight. I'm doing my best though, chat. Man, Phoenix is really pretty, by the way. That ain't good.
I found her. Those things are growing me more evil than I've ever seen.
And then for out of the left field with the RKO!
Thank the thunder.
What's up, bro? How's it going? You ready to send this boy packing?
It's now or never, Joshua.
death! Yeah! This is some chill battle music.
Clive, get behind me!
If you're sure.
Oh my god, passage of arms? Oh, this is giving me Bahamut versus Phoenix and FF14 vibes now. Terra Flare! Triple coil. I dodged it that time.
Right, now it's my turn.
I just saw my HP, holy crap. Woo!
Now, Joshua!
Well, this theme is kind of chill, besides that awesome violin part. It definitely feels like this is what Dion is going through. Because this is a man who loves his people, and he's not in the right state of mind right now. Oh my god, a beam struggle with Phoenix and Ifrit at the same time. Yes! Two icons of fire working together. I am ready for phase 2, man. This is mother effing Bahamut.
What now?
Break it! Quick!
This is drinking the ether.
We have to stop him.
Oh, that's gonna fall in the city.
Joshua, are you alright?
No! I've been better.
Damn it. You have to be stronger than this. Come on, Ifrit. Show us your true power.
Ooh. Ooh! We fused!
If we become one,
This may be enough.
Clive, real quick. Suck it, Mom.
we can. We will. Together. Are you ready?
Ready!
Ifrit risen. Pushing X.
How can we hope to match such power?
By trusting in our own.
I love this game, chat. I am not gonna lie. I'm so glad I didn't do this last Friday. Holy crap. Oh, he used light speeder right before they went off. Oh, oh, that is so anime! I'm literally bull rushing through all of these attacks. Barreling, that's the word I was looking for. Oh my. Ow. They really are pretty FF14 AoEs. Woo! Staggered right at the perfect time. That's a lot of damage. Oh. That's Zeta Flare.
He would burn the world.
I was right. It is Zeta Flare.
Not today. Come on, Joshua.
Oh my god, we're pulling a Cooler versus Goku! Maybe. No, we did a Louis! Wow! Holy crap! We did a Louis! Wow! Oh, we look so cool! I hope I will level up after that. How am I level 35? Light shower. The power of the icon Bahamut may manifest. This crystal is as bright as the sun and can be heard to emit a soft hum when held to the ear. I hope he's not dead. Huh! Oh, I'm falling.
Dion!
Josh, I'll grab the prince. I'll take the crystal. I like our flame blade that we can manifest. Yeah, that was a... God dang it! Why are you still alive? Coughs up blood. Whew.
Joshua!
Clive!
Now hug. Two brothers need it. Yay.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I'm the one who should be apologizing.
You're alive. We both are. Nothing else matters.
Yay.
I never dared hope that I would see this day.
Listen, 18 years is a long time. Jill, I'm happy.
Reunited at last.
Jill.
I have blood on my mouth. I'm sorry. Alright. Alright, Mom. It's time to get your comeuppance. Hey, he's alive. The fudge happened? Ow. Oh. That was creepy.
This is for my
You go, Dion! I do not pity our mother. You're correct, Caravan. Someone did get stabbed.
It is done. The demon that would tear our house apart is no more. Father.
Hey, at least both your sons are alive, right? We should go.
The Mother Crystal. It's collapsing.
Right. We need to leave. No. Wait.
Bring the body. No, he's wearing red, but Josh really makes me think of Red Mage. His attire, at least.
Fine.
Remember, Clive doesn't really have much love for Sanbreak. Oh god, not again! Looks like you're carrying two bodies out. Is it bad that I like that whenever Clive absorbs some icon, he just ends in so much pain?
Can nothing be done to call them off?
I regret not, Your Radiance. The Dragoons answer to none but His Imperial Highness. The Council is powerless to intervene.
Madness is this, Dion. Focus all efforts on extinguishing the fires around the capital. The city can wait. Don't dally, man, go!
Your Radiance.
And I want you to find out about the Dalmec's movements.
By the light!
Oh, this must have been earlier.
Have you taken leave of your senses? Call off the Dragoons at once!
Fear not. The populace will come to no harm at their hands. I am here to save you, Father.
Save me?
A creeping darkness hides in the heart of Sanbreque. It stems from your wife, the traitorous Annabella.
Not another word, Dion.
Oh, there's gonna be another word, Dad.
Though you may not see it, the darkness has taken hold of you. It has made you forget yourself. But I bid you remember, there was a time when you ruled not with cruelty, but with compassion. Why now do you turn your back on your people? Why now do you seek to stoke the fires of war? You too have borne witness to this change, Your Eminences. And you know, as well as I, who is responsible for it. A puppet now sits upon the throne, but cut his strings, and the Master loses her power!
What?
Dion, you bear steel before your Emperor? Guards! Take him!
For every citizen who falls, another can be bred. For every home that burns, another can be built. Those were your words. But when the last of your citizens has fallen, and all of their homes have been reduced to ash, what will become of your empire, of its rulers, of your god? As the Mother
I like
Crystals
Dion.
crumble one by one, and the blight sweeps in
I
to
like his
claim
spirit too.
all that we hold dear, our people look to their Emperor for protection. Yet he labors not to secure their futures,
but to seize what is left of the twins for himself. Even if it should come at the cost of everything his loyal citizens have labored to build.
Dion, you must understand.
A small price to pay, is it not? You've been blessed with great power, Dion. Enough to win me the world. So go, claim Valisthea for me, brother.
Ooh. That explains why he's covered in blood.
Dion.
Gods! Gods!
Father.
Poor father. How he doted on his children. That he would die to protect me was plain. It was but a matter of when.
You planned this?
You did well to endure so long. But you broke in the end, as I knew you would. And now Muthos approaches. Put him to the proof. I would see if he breaks. Go, Bahamut. Kinslayer.
So Dion, you want to join our club of outlaws? We have openings. Okay, so that happened. Meanwhile, Clive, I think it's over. Is it? I don't know.
Brother?
It's a long story.
I'll tell you on the way back home. Go on, Dion. God, you're heavy. What a touching family reunion this was.
Stay here, Mother. Come. Take my hand.
She's so gonna get crushed to death.
Get away from me! This is all just a dream, just a bad dream! You will not take me, Shadow! You will not take me!
Oh. Turns around. Alright, we should go. Right! So that happened. Oh man, this city is wiped out. This city is gone.
If it is consciousness that weaves your wills together, consciousness that blurs the boundary between your own will and that of others, then we shall set you apart once more. The ties that bind you shall be severed, and humanity return to its proper place.
Watch him.
By primogenesis shall a new age of reason begin.
Twin Flames trophy earned.
Your Majesty.
Sometime later. Wait. Aren't you dead? Barnabas likes that, huh?
Don't you want to play? It's been a long time.
If that is your wish.
Men, you are as meek as all the others.
Such feeble creatures. Gifted the power of icons, yet slaves to fickle emotions which usher you to your doom.
Can you go back to Benedica, please?
And so you bind your fragile wills with strands of consciousness.
The wretched handiwork of a wretched people.
The sons of fire were united at last, and for but a moment their flame burned bright. Soon Muthos shall become our perfect vessel.
And then shall the world be remade.
Not before the bonds are severed, of trust, of respect, of love. Only when every strand of consciousness is cut away, may Muthos return to our side. By primogenesis shall all be undone. Mankind shall be rid of his wretchedness, and Muthos of his will. But while he yet clings to it, he has the power to forge bonds anew, and so we bid you. Find Muthos, and sever everyone.
To destroy that which has no physical form. You ask the impossible.
There is nothing your black blade cannot cut, Odin. We shall unite with Muthos, and bring forth a new world. So long as our vessel remains unclaimed by humanity.
It shall be done, Master. My will is yours.
I was not expecting the mom complex from a 70-year-old man. Alright, I'm gonna go use the bathroom because I feel like I need to. Because I feel like I deserve it at this point. Also, I need some water because, boy, I made myself a little hoarse. I'm back. Yes, Barnabas is indeed 70 years old. The Final Fantasy 16 Ultimatum came out recently, and someone was posting facts about it, and I read that. Some of it was spoilers, but I still haven't been spoiled about the whole game yet. Come back to the hideaway, and Goots is carrying both Clive and Joshua and Dion on his shoulders like a sack of potatoes. You're a sack of flour.
How is your brother?
Asleep since I returned from the Dominion. Taya says he should be back on his feet soon enough. For a while, at least. She discovered something on his chest. A swelling, circled in stone.
The curse.
Nope, it's Ultima.
For every mountain we climb, another rises up to greet us, doesn't it?
It's never ending. Even the sky seems to have grown tired of it all.
Clive needs a nap. This man has not slept. Things fall apart. Oh, that ain't good. The power of light! Clive has claimed a portion of Bahamut. Bahamut's feet. Begin casting Mega Flare. A immensely powerful spell that showers enemies with searing light. The longer the spell is charged, the more powerful the results. Take a oh, this is a... So it's a huge gamble. Okay. It's like Tempest in the...
Tony won't be happy if I disturb Joshua.
Starfall of in Dissidia.
See what Otto has to say.
Big wind-up of powers, but really, really powerful. I actually replaced Garuda this time. We only have 2 left, Odin and Shiva. So maximum Mega Flare level to 4. Mega Flare dodge. Impulse. Oh, Impulse binds an enemy, so that will work well with Wings of Light. Flare Breath. Oh.
It will take time to come to terms with everything that happened in the Dominion. But time is the one thing we always seem to lack.
Oh, There's one good thing out of this. At least our mom got her just desserts. Request for assistance. Out of the shadow. Oh, okay. Payback. I'll have you know I ain't never shed a tear in front of no one, not even my mother, and he won't soon catch me doing the like again. So, if it please your lordship, we could forget about the whole darn thing. The Cid I chose to follow all of them years ago is gone, and there ain't no dragging him back from the depths of whatever heck he's talked his way into. But his legacy that lives on. And you and everyone else here at the Hideaway sure as the sky is blue. At least, I think it's still blue. As long as it is, I'll be right here where you can count on me. Greetings from the Crimson Caravans. I trust you and your party get into the Dominion without further event. Should your travels ever bring you back to the market to put you in need of additional assistance, you will find the Crimson Caravans more than happy to oblige. We might even offer a discount on our usual rates. How big is the discount? Reports from our brothers and sisters afield are all the same. These accursed skies cast not only a pall over the land, but over the hearts of her people. Hearts already heavy from the fall of the Dominion and the destruction of Storm's final mother crystal. And there's one crystal left. For now the realm endures, but with each new flood do her few remaining children descend further into madness. The situation is, as ever, dire. Fresh wings shall find you when the new moon's turning. Until then, our watch continues. May the crystal's curse be broken. Yes. Word out of Twin Side is that there's little left of the capital after the Mad Prince's royal tantrum. But what of you and yours? Did you manage to escape before the city went tits up? I trust you did, but I still this might be good to set Elle's mind at ease.
See the pair that got hauled into tires?
Aye, all their fancy silk stained red.
Hey, Goots.
Thanks for not leaving me in the Dominion. If you hadn't come back, I might still be stuck there.
There you go, Caravan. He's alive.
We flew back on the Phoenix, but she walloped me for telling fibs. Can you tell her it was the truth, Clive?
Hi, Lady Charon. Yes, it was true.
It's a dangerous world out there. Let's stock up one.
I hope you're not expecting me to explain these guys. If I had a hazard guess, I'd say we're the end of the world.
In chaos.
I've had orders cancelled on me left and right, and that's from the few associates I haven't lost contact with.
Saying goes.
There's opportunity and adversary. The market for sharp steel's more bullish than ever. I'll find a way to keep this place fed and watered. Don't you worry. I won't let our little happy family go hungry, whatever the weather. Transform, use weather ball. Which weather ball is now in SV, so that's cool.
You're rubbing me blind, you know.
So what do I owe the honor? Fran about us, guys.
Won't help me get my work done. So I'm going to keep that to my forge and leave saving the world to those better suited to the task. They fancy giving me a hand shooting the birds. They
So will it be?
Chocobo shoes? Bright burn.
No scratches, right? That it? Fine.
Ooh. Boy, it's cloudy. Should we return Clive to normal or still be burnt black, chat? Okay.
It seems the hideaway has lost its appetite.
Sid! Look what the Cursebreakers brought back from Dalmekia.
Oh, hey, it's the
Said they
bread.
were all the rage in Dalamil. Looks sort of funny if you ask me.
I'll be damned.
Have you had one before?
Something smells good. What are we having?
Bombs! And they are good. You should try one.
Eh? A bloody great hole in it. Who ate the rest?
It's supposed to be hollow, silly. Haven't you ever seen Drake's Fang? There's a storm coming, Sid. Will there be thunder?
Maybe?
I was wondering when next you'd visit. With the darkening skies...
Fear has once again taken hold of our hearts, and though I have not the power to dispel the gloom above, I should like to believe my tale's help to lighten it below.
it may.
Turning our eyes from the problems which face us will not help to solve them. A mere tale cannot lighten the burden of those who must bear the weight of the world.
I have a few new notes that might interest you.
The more you know, trophy earned. Scholastic savants.
What subject shall we consider today?
Oh wow, the bestiary is almost full. Was it 5?
You are always welcome, Clive.
Sid, did you know that chocobos are far more resilient to the effects of ether than most other beasts? Some say that's one of the reasons they were tamed for use as mounts and sumpters, so that an ether flood wouldn't mean instant death for their riders or drivers. Me, I reckon they built it up over generations. Too many foolish traders driving their birds into floods, and only the toughest surviving.
Seems the hideaway is lost its...
Round and round the city clock, the wyvern chased the eagle. The birdie stopped to catch his breath. Down came the eagle.
Lady Karen told me that you've begun dealings with the Crimson Caravans. A word of warning. Tighten your purse strings when in Bocklad. There are few shrewder than Eloise in matters of business.
I heard the Emperor was impaled on his...
Yup.
We're all gonna die! You hear me? The Akashic are coming and they won't stop until they've slaughtered every single one of us!
How do you suppose they'll manage that?
I love how it's just called Mid's Dungeon.
The girls here can have Otto and Gav and Gareth and Cole and all the rest. My heart beats for another. Now, if only Lady Taya would let me into the infirmary to see him.
I'm assuming you like Dion. Sorry, but he's taken. Apparently her clothes changes depending on who she has her eye on. The Ten of Clubs. The Magath Brothers. Oh, fun. Ooh, another S rank.
Ah, I wasn't expecting you back so soon. Here's everything we've received and everything promised. Here you are.
That clears
Best
the
of luck
medallion.
out there, Sid.
Hi, girlfriend.
What will it be today?
What is it that you wish to learn?
Of course. Study it well, Clive. Thus ends today's lesson.
I don't understand it still. That's like the one thing I don't get in this game.
Otto, how fares the realm?
The realm? Oh, she's just fine. As long as you look past the fat storms out of mother crystals and her skies are a roiling cesspit.
And Gav?
He's with your uncle in the Free Cities, helping Mid with her project. Sent an owl their way the moment the winds turned foul. Still waiting on a reply, though.
Do you have any good news?
Well, that depends on your definition of good.
Happy?
All right,
Question
fine.
mark?
What do you suggest we do?
Oh, no, I'm just the messenger. I'll leave the scheming to those more suited to the task. Could be that Lady Vivian and Old Tomes have their own thoughts on the current state of things. Could be that they don't. It certainly can't hurt to ask.
I suppose not.
How is it that every one of your little excursions presages some inexplicable catastrophe? Not that you are to blame for the Dominion's fate. No one could have predicted the actions of the Crown Prince.
I'm sorry I couldn't save your home.
My countrymen are stronger than you think. A few toppled clock towers won't break their spirits. They'll be back on their feet in no time.
I hope so.
Look at us. Bluer than a pair of bog crabs. Tempting though it may be, sulking will not help us find a solution to this mess.
You believe there's one to be found?
I don't know. But I am certain we're more likely to find it if we first examine the facts. Beneath these darkened skies, fear and confusion reign over Valisthea. Oh, the lands around the fallen Mother Crystals had already begun to wilt for want of ether. But not like this. Crystals that filled wells and fueled furnaces. Now nothing but pretty shards of rock. And those that hang from the people's necks cast nary a glimmer of light to keep the dark at bay. It is only a matter of time before the common folk convince themselves that the end of days is upon us. Yet I fear a swift end is more than we can hope for. While most of the world thirsts for ether, the remainder drowns in it, spawning Akashic in droves. And amidst the hordes of mindless beasts, with magics as like to fail as function, even the strongest nation would falter. Rosaria and the Iron Kingdom teeter on the brink of collapse, while the tragedy in Twinside has all but paralyzed the Holy Empire. Dalmekia fares little better. Rumor has it the ministers fled the capital after the fall of Drake's Fang, leaving their beloved republic to crumble. Waloed, meanwhile, moves in earnest. The Einherjar has been sighted off Storm. The world, in short, is in chaos. It would seem our civilization was nothing but a castle of sand, to be washed away at the whim of the waves.
A castle of sand.
Not my best flourish, but it seemed fitting. The reports I've received are considerably more blunt in their appraisal. Without the protection of their nations, it will fall to the people to defend themselves against those who would take what is theirs.
Which is only ever going to end one way.
Defending a farmhouse against a band of chocobo thieves is one thing, but pitchforks and palisades will do little to stall an army's advance. Should the King of Waloed deign to invade, there would be none to stop him.
None but us.
Did you see that? Tell me you saw that.
There's barely been a shipment in since the skies started boiling. A few more days without a visit and we'll have to start eating the blankets.
That ain't good.
Battle cries of dread one die, in ruin lies less. As shrinks the glim, so spirit still, unanswered call oppressed.
Ivan's newest dish is a masterpiece. Once you get over the urge to gag, that is.
It seems the hideaway has lost its sound.
Is a storm coming, Sid?
Let me guess. You're here about the skies.
Is there anything you don't know, Lawsman?
It doesn't take a court astrologer to augur the obvious. As for what has disturbed the heavens, that, I believe, is a question the Fallen might be better placed to answer than I. And on the 6th day did the gods tear the sun from the firmament, visiting darkness upon their prideful sons and daughters. But I dare say you remember your childhood lessons on the sins of Zemeckis only too well.
You think they're connected? That Ultima was one of the gods responsible?
Well, he has certainly exhibited powers that we mortals would associate with the divine.
There is nothing divine about him.
But he wouldn't be the first god of whom that could be said, now would he? Yet for all the fairy tales that tell of the sins, there is almost nothing in the way of actual historical accounts. Had I the Journal of Moss the Chronicler, I may have been able to tell you more, but alas, I fear all remaining copies have been lost to time. You will forgive me, I hope?
Certainly not. Because there is nothing to forgive. Even without this journal, you've provided us ample wisdom. And we will always be grateful for it. Perhaps Otto will be more inclined to share his thoughts when he hears what the others had to say.
Oh, hi, Jill.
Clive, we have a problem.
Only one. That would be a first.
It would. Actually, there are three. We had as many owls arrive while you were at the shelves. Martha's got a Akashic out her gates, and talk of monsters roaming the hills outside of Northreach has put the wind up Isabel and her lot.
And don't forget Dalimil. Lubor says the village was raided by bandits.
When it rains...
It pours.
The curse breakers are spread thin, taking stock of the damage in the Dominion. And even if I could get word to all of them, I doubt they'd get here in time to make any real difference. Which means there's only two people who can.
Jill and I.
Let them know we're on our way.
Clive! Anything catch your eye?
Why we fight? The flames of war. And down the rabbit hole.
Always something in there.
They're actually in all the places that I need to be. All right, chat. Should we do Martha's Rest, Northreach, or Dalimil first? Okie dokie. Oh, this ain't good.
The Akashic attacked us out of the blue. And there's no telling when they might be back. You best keep that sword handy, Sid.
This man's gonna die if we don't get him to a healer.
But all our beds are taken.
Martha. It's good to see you.
And you, Clive. Jill?
Otto said you'd been attacked by Akashic. What exactly happened here?
Those skies are what happened. Not long after they fell dark, we had our first visit. There were hundreds of them. Tried to storm the hill. Only a handful made it up here, but that was more than enough. The rest are still down there now. And while we have a few willing fighters holding them back, they're sorely outnumbered.
What do you think, Clive?
That we join the fight.
I thought you'd never offer. Now, where I need you is the Fallen Gate. That's where the fighting is fiercest. Let the men know you've come to help. Something tells me they'll be pleased to see you.
We're on our way.
Do you think there are as many as Martha says?
More.
You don't think they've abandoned us, do you?
Them not. Not a chance.
The barricades we've set up around the town won't hold the Akashic back for long. Might buy us a few moments to say our last farewells, though.
Hello.
Clive, wounded.
We deal with the Akashic first.
Fire! Oh dear. Oh, I actually don't have to hold down R1 for this. Alright guys, what do you think of Bahamut so far? Definitely feel like it kind of works with Garuda's pull down when you knock him down to half stagger.
Have the look of hired swords.
If you've come to rob this place,
You are mistaken, my Lord Rosfield. We're here by Madame Martha's leave.
how do you know my name?
Forgive me, my lord. There wasn't time for introductions. We're with the Guardians of the Flame.
Wade's men? But how did you come to be here?
We
Where's your
walked.
commander?
Sir Wade left earlier with a scouting party to find out where the Akashic were coming from.
Did he? Take your wounded back to the inn. Martha will see you're looked after. We'll join you anon.
Explains why Martha said that they would really like the sight of us.
And to think you took them for thieves. A fine reward for holding off the horde, that is.
I mean, we did the first time we met them.
Arrive?
Not long after Rosalith fell, the Guardians asked me to shelter some of them that had lost their homes. They were making ready to leave just as the skies turned, and we agreed it was best we stuck together.
Martha! Trouble! The scouting party's almost at the lift, but they got a pack of Akashic snapping at their heels! And they've got wounded with them! They're not gonna make it!
Damn it all.
We'll worry
Point.
about them, Martha.
You look after everyone here. If any can still fight, send them to the lift.
I will. You two be safe now.
My brothers.
Mad dogs.
Squire, I need you to get those who can still walk up the lift to Martha's. But what about... I didn't ask, Oscar.
Sir.
Sir Wade.
Lord Rossfield. If you aren't a sight for sore eyes.
Martha seemed to think you might need some help. And by the looks of it...
We thought we could sneak by them. But we didn't know there would be so many. How could we have?
Behind you!
Damn it! We need to get the injured to safety.
Do you think we can hold them off?
We can certainly try. Are you with us, Sir Wade?
Always.
Then let's do our duty.
Alright, can't counter that one. A 100 MFPS? What? Get decked! So far, I think Titan is still my favorite icon shift. Bahamut's nice, but the caveat is to not get hit.
Is anyone hurt?
I don't think so.
And yet again, you've pulled me from the flames. It's just a pity I keep walking into them.
You've never been one to shy away from danger, Sir Wade. Like any shield worthy of the name.
I see you're all in one piece.
Martha!
Is something wrong?
The lookout saw smoke coming from down Eastpool way. Too thick to be a hearth.
A second horde.
Feel like finishing the job.
Always.
Jill and I will make for Eastpool. You'll need to move the injured without us.
Don't you worry about them.
The moment my men are safe, I'll follow. Good luck.
Ah, yes, it was the place that got attacked by Hugo's men.
Mad dogs.
My brothers.
Fiends try to climb the walls here, too.
Can and get me back out there.
Founder knows where they're gonna show their ugly faces next.
Is it Green Sheaves or Green's Heaves? Oh.
They're headed for the rest.
We have to slow them down. Martha and the others won't be ready.
Let me light! Well done,
No, Chocobo! As long as it's not red though, we're fine.
I needed that. I'm hurt, Togo.
Oh.
Something's coming.
Oh, an Ironman. Great! These things suck. Oh, hey, Wade.
Apologies, my lord. Did I miss anything?
More bad
Only
guys!
the first round, so wait. Shall we?
I'm glad Wade's alive. fire! Yeah.
Do you see any more?
No. I think that was the last of them.
But it won't be long before the next lot arrive.
Then we make for Martha's while we can.
What did you find out there?
The same as Sir Wade. Scores of Akashic.
Well, wherever they came from, they're gone now. Our lookouts say the lowlands are clear. Hopefully we'll have enough time to lick our wounds. How many of your men were injured? A damn sight less than if you hadn't turned up. Thank you.
It was a hard-fought victory. But as long as the skies remain dark, I fear the Akashic's numbers are only going to rise. It's not a matter of if the Horde will be back, but when. And whether that's sooner or later, we'll need to be ready. The inn here affords a good view of the land, and is easily defendable. I'd like to make this one of our outposts.
What do you say, Martha? You'd have more men to guard the rest.
Well, when you put it like that, of course they can stay.
Guardian Scarf. A symbol of trust, loyalty, and undying friendship. For as long as the Firebird's flame burns in our hearts, the duchy cannot die. Displayed in class chambers. Sweet. New trophy.
My lord, there's someone I'd like you to meet. Oscar, over here.
It is an honor to make your acquaintance, Lord Rosfield. I am Oscar. Oscar of House Murdoch.
Murdoch? I wasn't aware the Lord Commander had children.
Oh, he didn't. But his brother, my father, did. I am Sir Rodney's nephew.
Oh.
Well, go on then. It's not for me to ask him.
Yes, Sir Wade.
Can I join you? Sure.
If it please you, my Lord Marquis, might you take me as your squire? I would learn the duties of a shield from the finest.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Oscar, but I'm a shield no longer. Nor was I ever the finest. And spending time in the company of an outlaw hardly seems a fitting education for one aspiring to take his oaths.
My Aunt Hannah once told me that a man is not defined by his title, but what he does in its name. You have accomplished much since taking on the mantle of Cid, winning no little honor in so doing. And I would sooner serve under an honorable outlaw than an unworthy shield. Not that Sir Wade and the other guardians are... I mean to say that, they're...
It's all right. We know what you mean. There is only so much the boy can learn.
Get it in Nookie, though.
But a squire.
Would that really be so bad? You were a squire once. And I'm certain Sir Rodney would approve.
Know that I'll show you as much leniency as your uncle showed me.
I would not have it any other way. I will not let you down, Lord Rosfield. You or my uncle.
We shall be staying here for the time being, and not just for the ale. I'll have one of my men escort Oscar to Benimir once he's said his farewells.
Sweet, we got ourselves a squire. Alright, chat, Northreach or Dalamil? Where to next? Actually, while I'm here, let's pick up on some potions. So I used some in that fight.
What are you after? Thanks
Sundries, my good man.
There you go.
Dalamud? Wrong place, caravan. That's a former moon at FF14. You want Dalamil.
Sid, your new companion appears much more formidable than your uncle. Should I be worried?
You haven't been introduced.
This is the wife.
Clive has told me much about you.
All lies, I'm sure.
Your Stolas said that Dalamil has a bandit problem.
Indeed. Although, you're a little late. They left with our food and guild days ago.
Any idea where they went?
The desert's a big place. Your guess is as good as mine. But the fact is, I have more immediate concerns.
What did you say to me? What did you say?
Ah, as if by magic. Let's just say we've yet to reach a consensus about how to solve Dalimil's little problem. And at this rate, it won't be the actions of the bandits which prove to be our undoing. It will be our own. I've tried reasoning with the dissenting parties, but even the Desert Hare has limits.
Perhaps we could talk to them.
What makes you think they'll listen to us?
What makes you think they won't?
She makes a fair point, Sid.
Good point.
And you won't have wasted much of your precious time if you fail. They're just across the courtyard.
Suppose we just follow the shouting.
You were right, boy.
Poor bastard. Couldn't run because of the weight of his load. Still, better a branded than one of us.
I'm just looking at sword.
Fucking leaving, bastard.
You wouldn't talk like that if it had been your men whose throats were slit. Blood for blood, it's the only way. We hire mercenaries and have them mount the bandits' heads on our walls as a lesson to the rest.
And what happens when those mercenaries are slaughtered like your men? Are you going to hire more? We're better off using that coin to buy food and supplies. If we hire mercenaries, the only thing we're buying is the bandits' ire. And you cannot fill empty bellies with that. Do you hear me?
But what happens when they come back? Maybe it'll be your throat that's slit.
That's enough. Both of you. Any more of this and I'll throw you out myself. Come back when you're ready to talk like adults.
Victor. What's he doing here?
Who was Victor? I don't remember Victor.
Sid. And Lady Jill. What brings you here?
I was about to ask you the same thing.
Costness is in chaos, and the markets have all but ceased to operate. The Briar's Kiss here in Dalamil is the only place I can reliably obtain supplies. I was here to do just that when Master Lubor told me of his troubles. He thought I might be able to talk some sense into these fools. But if you're here, I suppose his patience must be waning.
Who are those people?
Those were the thorns in Lubor's side. And the reason this place might be headed the same way as Costner's. It's these accursed skies. The darkness is enough to drive a man to madness. Or an entire city, for that matter.
We're still working on the skies. But in the meantime, perhaps we can find a solution to Dalimil's problems.
I hope so. For all our sakes.
So, you see my predicament?
What I saw was a room full of people who were angry and afraid. And with good reason by the sound of it. But if left to smolder, that anger and fear could set the entire town alight.
My thoughts exactly. What to do? Both sides wish to protect their homes and livelihoods, if only they could agree on how. But as long as they are divided, we are vulnerable.
A house divided cannot
Thing
stand.
bandits like. It's an easy target.
What would Sid the Outlaw suggest?
I just go over there and kill the bandits.
Well, if it were my namesake, he'd let them choose for themselves and be on hand to pick up the pieces when it all went wrong.
That sounds like a recipe for disaster.
Yeah.
A recipe for disaster is precisely what it is. But perhaps that realization would be enough to make them question the ingredients. While it's plain neither Conrad nor Natalie will countenance the other's proposal, it may still be possible to make them doubt their own. Before presenting them with a third option.
And that would be?
To pool our resources and save the city ourselves. Why fight each other?
When all that fear and anger can be directed at the bandits.
It appears we have a plan of action. Victor, pay Conrad a visit. See if you can't convince him of his folly. I'll speak with Natalie.
I'm still trying to figure out who Victor is. I don't remember him. There we go. Thank you. Finally. Oh! Now I remember! I'm like, wait a minute. Now I remember. He's after the time skip when the first Sid died and we showed up in Dalmechia saving some Branded from Hugo. We went to him. Now I remember Victor. Alright, we good.
That may prove useful. Don't worry, Victor and I will do most of the talking. You need only play along.
Play along?
What he means to say is yes.
What do you think of Brightburn's design, chat? Kind of not feeling it. Kind of looks like foam. Like a fake sword. I kind of prefer Excalibur. Like, I like the coloration, but I'm not really feeling its design. Oh, I can't glam it right now, so...
Picture it, Conrad. Your own city guard.
Why more supplies? We might as well scatter seeds near a rat's nest. They're the problem, and only steel will solve it.
Ah, here she is. The Lady of the Spear herself. Conrad. May I introduce you to Jane, commander of the Red Wings, the oldest mercenary guild in the Free Cities.
A pleasure, my lady.
FF4!
The pleasure is mine.
Question mark.
As I told you, I summoned the commander here from Canberra to inquire about a contract.
Victor says you told him no. That there aren't any men left to hire. Is that true?
True as the crystals cracked. Nobles came and claimed every last one worth his salt. And not just from us Red Wings. You know of the 7 high houses. There must be 2 swords assigned each one. Granted, we have a few boys left. If it's boys you're looking for.
Well, Conrad, are you saying that Dalamel's finest cannot defend this town better than a gaggle of unblooded striplings? That a band of beardless youths could better avenge the deaths of your brave men than you yourselves?
Absolutely not. We'll show those bastards who they're dealing with.
I can't believe that actually worked.
Conrad's not what you called the brightest candle in the crypt. And there's a reason why I had you do the talking and not Sid. Well played, my lady.
Probably because she's really pretty. And what man can't help but bluster before a pretty woman?
If you're wondering why Dalamil's in such a sorry state, you can blame the bandits. Them and the mercenaries who are guarding the gates. Though I can hardly fault them for running. Fighting would have meant death. Did for more than a few.
Let me rephrase that. What straight man wouldn't do that?
If I had my pickaxe, I would...
All this after the last sellswords we paid for proved themselves such reliable souls. You'd have us throw good gill after bad.
Whose type isn't chill?
I mean, it may still be possible to buy something, and we may yet be allowed to keep it.
Yes, but...
Never poke a hornet's nest, they say. Conrad's going to get us all killed.
Hey, my older sibling got stung 20 times by both bees and yellow jackets. Not all at once, though. 10 were bees, 10 were yellow jackets. They turned out okay. They survived, luckily.
Here he is now.
Thank God they weren't allergic.
Lastly, allow me to introduce Lord Underhill of Randalar's prestigious League of Merchants.
Lord Underhill. At your service.
Underhill.
I was just telling the good lady of our conversation, my lord, and how you were lamenting the state of the capital's stores.
Lubor says that not only are the granaries almost empty, but that war and the Blight mean this season's harvest won't be enough to fill them for winter.
Indeed, certainly that is the case. The nobles in the capital are buying up the city's stocks of barley and wine, driving the prices higher than most commoners can afford. It is only a matter of time before the peasants revolt.
It is worse than I thought. If what Lord Underhill says is true, I fear we have little hope of supplementing our stores, meager though they regrettably are. And while I applaud your endeavors to dissuade our more bellicose citizens from seeking vengeance, I sense Conrad is not wrong in his assessment of the bandits' likely return. Which means that now, more than ever, we will need to secure what little we still have. Food, weapons, herbs, everything. If our humble town is to endure not only this hardship, but those that are certain to follow, we must stand united.
All right. If it will help to protect my home, I'll do it. But you needn't have gone through this charade.
Thank you, Clive. Your performance was nothing if not workmanlike.
She saw right through it.
I didn't say it was good, merely that it produced the desired effect.
And this is why Jill did
Now,
the
my
talking
scouts will
last
be
time.
returning shortly. Meet me back at the Briar's Kiss, and we shall see what we face.
I'm not convinced our roles in this ruse were entirely necessary.
I don't know. Conrad seemed quite taken with you.
Mummy, I'm scared.
Oh, I'm ruined.
Good news, Sid. Both Conrad and Natalie have somewhat gracefully accepted their new roles. With time, they may even learn to.
Time no longer appears to be the luxury it was before lunch.
I take it your scouts found the bandits.
Technically, it would be the bandits who found my scouts. It appears they march for Dalimil as we speak. All of them.
You're not serious.
They don't just want food, they want the whole damn town.
I have a favor to ask. I'm told the bandits march in two groups, one from the south and one from the desert, in a move doubtless intended to stretch our already gossamer-thin defenses.
Very well. Jill and I will meet those from the desert. But what of the rest?
The rest, my friend, the city shall fight. Together. The stakes, I concede, are high. But if this does not unite Dalimil, nothing will.
That is a lot of faith to put into those who had their hands around each other's throats but a moment ago.
Then it will be for us to see that their hands are kept occupied. And I do mean us.
I thought you might say that.
We'll hold them off for as long as we can.
And we will do the same.
Wahoo.
The women folk have come to work us.
I'll take that one.
You go, Jill.
Stay down. It's over.
They mean to overwhelm us.
I do like the wings, I will say. Oh no, not another one. The Sultan.
Nice try. Help me, boy.
The townspeople. Could they have held out?
I don't hear any fighting. What do you think?
That we should hurry.
Natalie, I owe you an apology. You did well out there. The inn would have been lost had you not held the line.
Without you, there would have been no line to hold. You saved us, Conrad. You saved Dalamil.
We all saved Dalamil.
Conrad seems to have had a change of heart.
I'd say they both have.
I take it from your presence that our visitors from the desert won't be joining us either. Pity.
The plan worked, Sid. Granted, it only took an army of bloodthirsty bandits at our gate.
Calm now, Victor. Why quibble over the details? We are united, and that is all that matters. As for you, Sid, you fight considerably better than you act.
I'll take that as a compliment.
All right, 2 north reach.
Now, if I could only convince the people of Costness to work together.
Dalamil will forever be in your debt. But don't go trying to take advantage of that.
Okay.
First we find Isabel.
Heard a bloke saying he saw ghosts.
Can I interest you in some blades of mace, or perhaps a race or two of ginger? I'd be willing to trade if you got no coin.
I saw it with my own eyes.
If there are ghosts in the Royal Meadows, then why isn't the garrison dealing with them?
Oh, because they're ghosts.
4 left for more on the captain's orders. Only 2 came back.
God has help us.
I can't do it.
My lord. Milady.
We received the dame's message. There have been sightings of strange creatures, I understand.
With the blue eyes. Yes. Like a Kashik, but different. They've taken so many. I've lost count.
Akashic, but different.
Ultimus thralls. And what of your mistress? Is she here?
Oh, no. She went to the garrison to ask what they were planning on doing about all this.
Then we'll look for her there.
How many games did I buy this year? I know I bought Forspoken, which I've yet to finish. Because it kept crashing on me. To the point where I had to reinstall the game.
We could leave.
I haven't touched it in several months. I bought this.
Madame, please! Half the
So
garrison's been
2?
slaughtered by those things. We lost the captain this very morning.
We've tried requesting reinforcements, but there's been no word from the capital or the Dominion in days. What more would you have us do?
I would have you do your duty. Those at the Vale look to me for protection. And protect them I shall. Because they are my charges, and that is my duty. In case you have forgotten, the people of this town are your charges. But more than that, they are your people. Your sisters, your brothers, your lovers. So you have a choice. Lay down your sword and watch as they are slaughtered, or take it up and do what is right.
She speaks the truth, you know. This here, it's all we have. It's all that's left.
What we have left is our lives. Do you really want us to lose them as well?
Not if we don't have to. Look, there's a cask under the captain's bunk. Let's talk about this over a drink, eh?
I'm listening.
I'll have a word with him.
Ah,
Hi.
Clive. I didn't expect help to arrive so quickly. And sought to take matters into my own hands.
It was a noble effort, but I thought you might still need some support.
I'd like you to consider my needs.
Blink.
What we need to consider.
Oh, chill! I'm right here, ma'am.
Of them, one would think they appeared out of thin air. And perhaps they did. It's hard to know what to believe these days.
We'll talk to the survivors.
I can't entirely blame the men of the garrison for losing heart. And they have provided a place for the injured.
You're a pikeman, yes? What happened?
I've got family in Moor. I heard the flood was spreading, so I went to see if they were all right. And a pack of them glowing things found me in the meadow. I ran for my life. I never did get to the village.
Leave that to us.
My family. They're still in the capital.
I'm sorry, darling. I truly am.
It's all right. Did you see the creatures that attacked you?
Creatures? Yeah, they came out of nowhere. They went for Joseph first, then me, and then they were just gone.
Do you remember where you were?
On the road from Oriflamme. We just passed Moor when... Where's my Joseph?
It's all right. Just rest now. At least we have an idea of where the thralls might be now. We should head for more.
I assume you have a plan?
We need to find
I forgot. Clive cannot have
all we
hops.
could do to escape.
Or Clive has no hops.
Good girl.
Use some of this high potion in the road. Nope.
Clive, look.
I see them. With me. Stay down.
Should I prime?
Save your strength.
That is really satisfying.
It's over. Nice try. To me, boy.
Alright, so us and the Lich. Woo, that was close. It's over. Woo!
Do you think there are more?
There are always more. But I'd say we've done what we can for the time being.
Then we should let Isabel know.
Are there anybody alive and more? Probably not.
You have the town's thanks.
Don't thank us yet. There will be more. Many more. And you'll need to be ready for them.
Oh, we shall. Isn't that right, Captain?
Yes, milady. The garrison will be ready.
Philippe here has convinced most of the men to remain at their posts. For now, at least.
That's great.
Hearing that the Dane would look kindly on any man who committed himself to the task certainly didn't hurt. It's not the most selfless of motives, I'll admit. But whatever it takes, eh? Now me, I never needed convincing. I became a soldier to protect the people I love. And the people I love include the ones standing before me.
Ooh.
Handsome and chivalrous.
Now, if you don't mind, I have sentries to post. Milady.
Lest you wonder, I'm not foolish enough to believe that this has solved all of my problems.
Chat, how do you spell diaphragm?
And that's one fewer than I had this morning. Thank you again, Clive.
That lich. Thank you.
Our friends seem to have things under control. For now, at least. Let's go and put Otto's mind at rest.
Philippe will make a good captain. He reminds me a little of you, Clive, but without all the mocks and mows.
And that's a good thing. Alright, so we tried that. Ooh. Two satellites. Man, I wish there was a taunt in the game. Also me. Oh wait, there was a taunt. I just never unlocked it because I didn't like it. It's button configuration. Because it's R2 and touchpad. Oh, hi, Jill.
I'd be happy to tell Otto everything that happened. But I know he appreciates it when you spare him the time.
Did you see that? Tell me you saw it.
We've sent Cursebreakers to Martha's Rest, Dalamil, and Northreach. Hopefully they can help maintain the peace. Or at least a semblance of it.
Cole told us everything that happened. It's a bit of a worry that both the Republican and Imperial armies are in disarray. But it was good to hear that the people stood their ground.
Was wondering when you turn up. Had owls from all our friends thanking you for your timely intervention. How is it you always manage to arrive at just the right moment?
Luck, I suppose. Any word on the rest of the realm?
Let's see. Storm's still crying out for mother crystals. The nations are still in chaos. And the skies are still the colour of a kick in the kidneys 2 days on. So...
Right.
Clive, we knew this was going to happen. Well, not the bleeding skies part, but you take my point. Now's not the time to second-guess yourself. Now's the time to visit the infirmary. Talia says your brother's awake.
Thank you, Otto.
So it was not Sylvester, but Olivier who served as Ultima's puppet. And when Dion learned of this, he sought to slay the fiend. Only for his father to take the spear that would have freed him. Enough to drive a man to madness.
Small wonder he hasn't stirred. I would be afraid to wake.
Had I but reached out to him sooner, warned him of the threat Ultima posed. But now, both an empire and her prince lie broken.
Joshua, what do you know of Ultima?
Very little, I'm afraid. Despite my best efforts. 18 years ago, as I lay buried beneath the rubble of Phoenix Gate, it was not death who came for me, but another. And it was while in the rescuer's care I first heard of Ultima. I've been chasing his shadow ever since. Ultima is driven by some deep, dark purpose, and for whatever reason, it would seem you are crucial to his desires.
One day I'll have a non-creaky chair.
Stop at nothing to have you, even if that means toppling an empire.
But why me? What possible use could I be to such a creature?
That is one of many answers that have eluded me. Yet, I am certain of this. It is not mere chance. You were chosen for a reason. All dominants carry within them the might of an icon. Nigh limitless power that is at once acutely limited. I wield fire, and only fire.
And I only ice. 8 wardens for 8 elements. But you, Clive.
You are different. You're special. Your abilities begin with the flames of Ifrit. But they do not end there. The fact Ifrit can even exist goes against everything we thought we knew of dominance. Perhaps Ultima has been waiting for one such as you, whose potential is truly limitless.
I've encountered that thing several times now. If it or he, as you say, needs me, why hasn't he claimed me as he did the boy?
Were I to hazard a guess, I'd say the two of you are somehow incompatible. His mind not properly attuned to your body.
His mind?
Mind, awareness, spirit, call it what you wish. But I believe Ultima to be an embodiment of the concept. This is why I struggle and fail to contain him here inside me.
I'm sorry. Inside you?
With every setting sun, I feel my strength wane. And though the Phoenix's flames mend the prison I have made for Ultima, they do so at a cost. We must find a means to bring an end to him before I meet my own.
What were you thinking?
It was that or let him take Clive. And I've always had a soft spot for my brother.
But that doesn't mean you should sacrifice yourself to save me.
Joshua.
Clive, it's Gav.
What the fuck's going on? Oh. Ooh, going to Canver.
Well, what's the short of it?
Thought Tyre told you. The capital of the Free Cities is under siege by an army of monstrosities. The city guard are doing their best to stem the tide, but numbers ain't on their side.
What of Lord Byron and Mid? Were they able to escape?
No, but they're all right for now. They're hiding with Gav at midship.
We have to get them out of there.
And we shall. Otto, prepare a Stolas. Tell Gav to stay exactly where he is.
Understood.
Vivian, what's the swiftest route to the Free Cities?
That sounds like a question for the map. Look here. This road, through Tabor, should provide the least trouble.
Good.
What a coincidence. Tabor is exactly where I'm bound.
Joshua, Bed is where you should be bound.
You don't think I told him the exact same thing?
Were Tyre not such a talented healer, I would surely have been inclined to agree. But, thanks to her ministrations, I feel I may safely rejoin my attendant, who was to wait for me in Tabor if we became separated.
All right, we travel
I
together.
got it. I now know why he feels familiar.
If he stays close to me, he'll be fine.
He feels like the Crystal Exarch from Shadowbringers. Look at us. All four of us together again. Ah, yeah. Stop part of the party. Dang it! We got side quest to do. Switch flare breath for satellite.
My attendant was with me in the Dominion before I primed. She would have watched the battle unfold and witnessed its outcome. I trust you'll be waiting for me in Tabor, where I can finally introduce you.
You know how I feel about this, but your brother's stubbornness knows no bounds. I'm starting to think it runs in the family.
Clive. Yep. Yep. Look at all them side quests, everybody.
Back again? Till next you need me.
Yeah, Joshua reminds me of the Crystal Exarch.
Was in no condition to travel. That's all I'll say on the matter. It's Mid, Gav, and your uncle we should be thinking about now.
Jill, you of all people should also know how stubborn Joshua can be. I need to kill some of these. It's a pack.
Clive. Go on, then. You'll not find a better price than that. You're rubbing me blind, you know.
Trouble with your gear, or something for you, dear? Anything else?
Ooh, we got an outfit for Joshua. Normal, ashen gray. Sure, why not? I'm putting an Excalibur back on. Ah, we'll do his first then. Hi, Goots.
What am I gonna do?
Is everything all right, Goots? You seem more discomposed than usual.
That's a word.
Oh, I don't know what that means, but I'm in a bit of a muddle. Oh, I think Nan might be in trouble, and she's...
It's all right. You can tell me.
Oh. There was a trader came by. One of our usuals, like. Said he'd heard some rotten rumours about her down Dalimil way. Folk are saying she's been selling to bandits and cutthroats and that. I mean, she's fond of a chance to make a coin or two, aye, but she'd never do business with baddies. Especially not the kind who go hurting people who haven't done out. I wanted to ask her about it myself, but I'm scared she'll give us a tongue lashing. She'd never give your tongue a lashing, though, would she?
Don't worry. I'll speak to her.
Oh, thanks, Clive. You'll let me know what she says, won't you?
Of course. I'm sure it's all just a misunderstanding. Lady Karen. How's business?
Not nearly as foul as the weather.
You're doing good trade then? Both in and out of the hideaway?
God, Clive, you're terrible about with this.
Wait. What exactly are you getting at? Not once in 5 long years do you pay my affairs half a care. But here you are today, raking me over the coals like a bloody popoto?
Just asking. Out of interest. All right. I'm here because I was told that certain rumors have been circulating. About you selling weapons to brigands.
Oh, are you? And who was it who knows me so well as to tell tales of my evil exploits?
I didn't exactly hear firsthand. All I know is that someone in Dalimil has been spreading word to that effect.
And what? You believe it? You think I'm profiting off the blood of innocents, do you? Look, I've done things I'm not proud of. Might be there were a time when I turned a blind eye to the wretchedness of the world so I could line my pocket. But that woman is no more. And you'd know that if you'd ever paid the slightest bit of notice.
You're right, Lady Karen. I apologize. It was wrong of me to doubt you.
No, it was. Now, I reckon you've got better things to do than pointing your do-gooding finger at a poor old woman.
Of course. Good day.
So she used to, but not anymore.
I spoke with Lady Karen.
What did she say?
That the rumors were unfounded, and that I was a fool for thinking they might hold any truth, along with some other things that made her feelings clear. And while it sounds like she may have done things she regretted in her past, she says those days are behind her.
Oh, well, that's good. I knew Nan wasn't caught up in out bad. But why would people say she was? What did she ever do to them? It's not right.
No, It's not. But people do things for all sorts of reasons. Perhaps we'll never know.
Well, I'm going to find out. That trader, he said they were all talking about her in Dalimil. So that's where I'm going. I'll find someone who'll tell me, you'll see.
This man is
Sure
pure
that's
chat.
wise? Whoever's spreading these rumors means Karen ill.
Oh, right. But that's why you'll be coming with me, isn't it, Clive?
I suppose it is.
I'll find out who's been making up lies about Poe and Anne, and when I do, I don't know what I'll do, but it won't be pretty.
We must protect this man at all costs, chat. Who agrees? Yeah, we do have Joshua with us. Heck yeah. Oh man, I can't do anything until I go to Canberra. And why did you give me these side quests? This Tippet dyed red for the flames of the Firebird and the blood of his fallen Rosarian brothers. The third way pledge not only his loyalty, but the loyalty of the Guardians of the Flame. Up. Now fares the rest. The Guardians are getting along with the axes fine enough, working to shore up the rest walls but not cleaning out what few threats remain down in the reeds. Though chances are we'd still be neck deep in Akashic had you not given that horde your firm but gentle nudge. I know you've a run to save it all, but if you're ever in need of a quick reviver, come see us and we'll tap you a cask. You have an uncanny talent of showing up when you're most needed, my lord. Without your steel, I fear the rest would be in the hands of the Akashic and us but more than their nameless numbers. However, with the horde now both thin and fractured, we Guardians can focus our efforts on putting down the smaller packs without the worry of being overwhelmed while Martha's blood axes can return to defending the Tor. As for young Oscar, you will forgive my sudden request for taking him under your wing. He is a good man, attentive, polite, hardworking, so as you can see, he already has learned everything he can from me. He would do well to continue his squiring under a more worthy shield, and the realm has none more worthy than you. The Guardian League have put aside their differences for the time being, allowing us to all leave to sip our snake spit in relative leisure. For that, I would hazard we have your better half to thank. She put on quite a performance. As for yours, well, from one aspiring thespian to another, might I suggest working on your delivery, and your projection, and those stiff limbs of yours, and your countenance, and, well, everything else. We wouldn't want to do the name Underhill a disservice now, would we? Listen, if it's the play that Clive likes, then he's fine. Clive, you have the town's thanks for helping rid us of the thralls, but we are neither of us so naive, that's some weird wording, to think we have seen the end of their like. Good Philippe has taken to seeing that we are prepared should the ghouls come once again calling, but I oft worry the rank of captain has begun to weigh heavily upon his shoulders. Just as I imagined, the same might be said of you and your burdens. But remember, should the weight ever become too much, you needn't stand alone. Our hearts and arms remain ever open, as do the Vale's doors. Isabel. Jill. Ahem. Sebastian Rutherford, sincere to Lord Byron Urosfield. Master Clive, I apologize for sudden and untoward gesture. Circumstances have forced me to seek immediate aid, and there is none other to whom I may turn. Your most esteemed Lord Uncle has presented me with a task most vexing, and I fear I am wholly unable to perform to his vaunted expectations, namely due to a marked lack of martial aptitude on my part. To wit, I am but a manservant, not a mercenary. While I maintain the finest ample to attend to the needs of a manor, to the attending of bandits in back alleys, I am sorely ill-equipped. If it please you, my lord, prithee come to see me at Martha's Rest, where I shall proceed to explain my predicament in full. Oh, get to it when I can.
Wasn't that the name of my uncle's manservant? Why would he be at Martha's Rest?
Same, Clive. Totally same. Joshua was just riding on Torgal. Clive and Jill loop their arms around Joshua's with him in the middle. It's just like, the four of us together again! Hooray!
It's like a dream. The four of us out walking like we used to.
Enjoying this, are you? Gav and the others could be in danger as we speak.
You're right. I'm sorry. Yote is a fine scout. If Canva was attacked, she will already have begun gathering information.
Tabor isn't far. We should pick up the pace.
Can I fast travel now? I can! Fantastic! Woohoo! Now we can do our side quest.
The bandits may be no more, but look what they've left us with.
It shouldn't be too hard to find goods.
The gentlemen of the town guard.
Could be I know something more. What's it worth to you?
Clive, listen! I found someone who says he's heard the rumors about Nan.
Have you?
Go on. Tell him what you told me.
All right. It's like I said. A wizened old crone by the name of Karen's been selling steel to whoever will pay her price, be they knight or knave. Says the more swords and spears she puts in people's hands, the more war they'll wage. And the more war being waged, the more call for swords and spears.
That doesn't sound like her at
They
all.
all turn to keep them in steel? Why, the good Reaper herself.
And you've seen this Reaper at work?
Aye, it just so happens I have. You'll find her right here plying her trade most days.
Here in Dalimil? Where exactly?
She has a stall here in the market, but if you're not the patient type,
Oh,
you
it's
can
Blink,
probably
but she
find
really
her at
leaves the
storehouse
hideaway.
on the edge of town. But it'd be a bolder man than me that braved that particular nest of vipers. Feeling bold, traveler? I hope so, for your sake. Now, if that's all, I have places to be.
Sorry to have kept you.
You don't think Nan's the Reaper, do you?
Not unless she's discovered the secret of how to be in two places at once.
Eh? What do you mean?
Lady Karen hasn't left the hideaway in weeks. So who has been running this stall he spoke of?
Good question. I'll go and have a look.
And I'll visit this storehouse on the edge of town.
All right, but be careful, Clive.
You too, Goots.
I think chat would riot if he died. I hate this town's layout.
The finest shell swords in store. Fuck! How the hell
The gentlemen of the town guard are what a mess.
Pick a spot. Start from there.
We may have driven the bandits back once, but what's left of them are still out there nursing their wounds. And their grudges. So our watch continues.
Look, Joshua! Ambrosia's alive! Yeah, we all have chocobos.
Faster!
God dang it. I left out of the wrong gate. Alright. It's confirmed. Dalimil is my least favorite town. It's just the layout. I don't like it.
The safety of the town is in our hands.
It's annoying.
Time to brave the Viper's Nest.
Just you, is it? Thought I might have laid it on a bit thick.
It was a fairly unconvincing tale. So, what now?
That's up to you. Die a slow death, or a quick one. Boys, he's all yours. But that sword is mine.
Clive just sighs.
Leave now and we can pretend this didn't happen.
Alright, let's see if we can get to level 4. Alright, level 4 Mega Flare, let's go! Whoa! Alright, I like Satellite.
Finished.
Man, Ben, what is that sound you do? Holy crap, that is like something primal. Alright, Jaro. Or Yarrow.
Oh, you've done it now.
Go on. Tell me what I've done.
When the Borgwyn finds out you've killed his men, he'll have your head. He only wanted that bull of a manservant, the dim one always clinging to Karen's skirts. You weren't even supposed to be here. Who the hell are you anyway?
What were you going to do to him?
The Borgwyn wanted him to get to Karen. I was only supposed to point the lamp in the right direction once he arrived in Dalamil. But then you turned up. Well, go on then. If you're going to end me, end me.
You're not worth the effort. Now be gone. Before
Slap.
I change my mind.
He starts to run, I slap his butt with the back of my sword.
Fucking coward!
I need to find Goots. Right now.
Blink. Are you calling yourself that?
Get your filthy paws off me, you naughty-pated lout!
Stop calling me names! And stop spreading them horrible lies about Nan!
Well, that will be easy enough. For they are not lies. Every last word is true. And she must pay for her crimes in blood.
Lord!
Goot, are you all right?
Hi.
He's gonna kill Nan! He said she had to pay in blood!
After what she did, it is only right. She ruined my life and the lives of countless others. That loathsome harpy's very existence is a crime, and I will not allow it to continue. Goots, was it? I have no quarrel with you. Only with your employer. Run along now. You need not pay for her sins.
No.
No?
I don't care what she did. I won't let you hurt Nan. Promise me you won't hurt her, or I'll kill you myself!
Goots!
No.
Enough, all of you!
Oh.
But how did you?
You're a sight less clever than you think you are, the barrier. Did you think I wouldn't notice the two of you slinking off together?
Clive is
The
not
whole thing
subtle.
got me thinking, who in Dalamil might bear me a grudge? And a certain snivelling shit I ran afoul of in my fairy years came to mind. Though it was just Bogan back then, wasn't it? I thought the years might have taught you some sense, but I see you're the same pants-pissing craven you've always
Man,
been.
she is...
What was it we called you? Wet legs?
You bitch! Everything that happened, it was all your fault! And now you'll finally pay for what you did to me!
Gooch, you...
If you want a piece of Nan, you'll have to go through me.
Fuck!
You great galoot. Out of the way, I can handle this myself. So, wet legs. You remember what you told me when we last met? An eye for an eye. Wise words, Sam. Wise words. And now, it's time to collect.
Clive. Did she really take his eye?
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Clive, note yourself never tick off Karen.
Is he?
Dead? No. But I reckon he wishes he was. It's an easy going through life, one eye short of a pair.
Oh gosh, she really did.
Should know.
You don't mean...
Oh, don't tell me you didn't notice. Lost it to old Wet Legs back when we were working the same routes. Said I'd stolen from his strongbox. I'd done nothing of the sort, mind. But that didn't stop him taking his little revenge. So I took some of my own. Sorry, lost everything. His coin, his clients. Always knew he'd be back one day to claim his due. But he crossed a line dragging poor Goots into this. He didn't hurt you, did he?
No, Nan. Still got all my arms, see? Legs too. But what if he comes back again?
What if he does? First we take the other eye, then we work our way down.
Oh
He'll
my...
learn his lesson soon enough.
Clive looks to Jill.
The Wet
Never...
Legs has learned it already.
never tick her off.
Right. Let's get you back to the hideaway. You've attracted quite enough attention already. Ta-ra, Clive.
I'm glad she's on our side, chat.
Across you, Karen.
Yeah. I gotta say, I was not expecting her to do that. Oh, hi, Joshua.
Mindless though they are, an Akashic horde large enough to besiege the free cities is not to be trifled with. We must proceed with caution.
Canva's walls will not hold the Akashic horde for long. We can only hope they hold it for long enough.
It'll hold long enough until I get all the side quests done, Jill.
Nothing like a dish of cold vengeance to foul the gut.
I'm sorry, Nan. I didn't mean to make things worse. I just thought I had to protect you. Like you've protected me.
Aye, well, someone had to. Your parents certainly didn't give a whit for your well-being. Reckon the both of us would be worse off if I'd not taken you on. You've always been me right eye, Goots. And I'd have you stay that way. So don't you dare go looking for trouble again.
Well, I will. If you ever need help, I'll do it again and again, and you can't stop me.
We've seen you. We've seen her try.
Fine.
She had failed.
Play the hero if it makes you happy.
This man picked her up with ease,
Let you down.
and she could not fight back.
There's nothing he wouldn't do for you.
That's as maybe. But if he's ever to make his own way in life, he'll need to start looking out for himself as well. Till then, he'll need people to watch his back, just like you did in Dalamil. Don't think I didn't appreciate that.
Of course. His family.
Stop it. You make me one good eye, mister. I don't go thinking that'll do you any favours. A potion today'll cost you the same as it did yesterday.
Yes, ma'am. Alright, chat, were you guys expecting her to take that man's eye? Because I was not. Got into the sensor. Woo! Another trophy. Wow! I didn't even read the description. I just read what she said. That's funny, because that's what Auntie Ethel told Bliss in PG-3. It's like, oh, so you can read. So you can read. Think you're smart, eh? I'm like, yes? According to Charon, a sensor packed with herbs and birches can ward off everything from insects to the plague, protect the home from thieves and demons, and heal any number of ailments, all while bringing love and fortune. I'm going to get my trophy area filled up, man. That is my goal. 2 Martha's Rest! Whee! Yeah, fair. Smooth like butter. Why?
Arthur's got a big heart. It's a pity there's so many who are happy to take advantage of it.
The fates seem bent on driving me from my inn. But if they want me out, they're gonna have to try harder.
I feel like they had to personally come and get the Grim
My
Reaper
Lord
to get you.
Marcus, is that you? It is
Hello.
you. Then you received my letter.
Your voice
I
is
am
exactly
Sebastian
what I
Rutherford,
expected it to be.
Chief Steward of your Lord Uncle's estate.
Of course. We met once before.
Yes, my lord. Thank you for coming.
And what was so sensitive that you couldn't put it in writing?
1,000 apologies, my lord. I did not mean to offend. I merely...
It's all right. Continue.
I am here at Martha's Rest, at the behest of your Lord Uncle, tasked with learning what I am able of the realm's current state of affairs. And what I have learned is grim. The fall of the Mother Crystals has left Storm in a state of utter disarray. The subsequent darkening of the heavens has only made things worse. Akashic attacks, once unthinkable, are now commonplace. The gears of governance have ground to a halt, and without a steady hand on the tiller, the realm threatens to drift into utter chaos. Your Lord Uncle, however, believes there is a way to avoid this fate, and is determined to see it set in motion.
That sounds like quite the undertaking.
It is. Hence my having enlisted the aid of several colleagues serving the 7 high houses. Alas...
Alas?
I have lost contact with 2 of those colleagues already. They are both able-bodied and trained in the sword, yet in these dark times, even that may not prove sufficient to keep a man safe on the road.
So you want me to find them? I'll need to know where they went.
One I sent to investigate the Republic, the other the old Imperial capital of Oriflamme.
That doesn't exactly narrow it down. I suppose I'll start in Dalamil and work my way east.
Thank you, my lord. I shall pray for your success and safety.
Ah, back to Dalamil. Great. Back to Dali. Wait, I don't think I can actually use that. That's the actual place. I found a Twitter user that is posting almost everything lightning related
Republic. Let's hope someone here's seen something.
from Final Fantasy 13, and I'm just like, maybe I should play the series again.
The gentleman of the town guard.
How many times are you going to play Lightning Returns? As many as I want.
We haven't seen the last of those bastards. But when they attack again...
Someone's got himself in trouble.
I don't see your master here, so you can start by giving us all the coppers in your purse.
I already told you, I have nothing.
Then maybe we'll take that pretty outfit and the steel you're wearing.
Please! These men are trying to rob me!
I'll deal with this.
Thank you.
You that one's master, then? If you'd kindly pay the coin he owes us, we can pretend you didn't draw your blade on Republican soldiers.
Or you can go back to your garrison and I won't report you to your captain.
Oh, you're more than welcome to. He hasn't had many visitors since we slit his throat.
Oh. Whee! Oh, look at Joshua go with the little propel. Don't mind me, just floating around. I like doing Mega Flare at level 4. I'm not gonna lie, chat. Yes, it's unwieldy as heck, but it's got style.
Faithful, but these were men of the fist.
Much has changed in the Republican army since they lost their rock.
You've seen this kind of thing before, then?
Many times. I was sent here to observe the situation.
You're one of Rutherford's men. He sent me to look for you.
Well, then you have my thanks. I fancy I could defend myself against one, perhaps two, but a whole regiment. I arrived in Dalimil several days ago, but when I called upon the captain of the local garrison to make inquiries, his men confiscated my effects and locked me in a cell.
The captain is no more, and his men make the rules now.
Fortunately, I was able to bribe my way free. Only to be stopped again by those soldiers you so kindly dispatched.
What of the Fist's central command? Surely they wouldn't allow such lawlessness amongst their ranks.
I would imagine they are unaware of it. Most of the army has fallen back to the capital and hunkered down behind her walls. Those who weren't recalled now rule the fringes unchecked, answering to no one but themselves.
Then it's worse than we imagined. You should return to Rosaria. It's not safe here.
I'll find a caravan heading north. You won't mind if I borrow one of these soldiers' coin purses?
By all means. Take it all if you need to.
Not at all. Now, to find this second associate of Rutherford's. If he was bound for Oriflamme, I'll start at Northreach and see if I can pick up his trail. There's a lot of road between here and the capital. Rutherford's man could be anywhere.
Chat, I want to play BG3, but I want to keep. But it will only be an hour and 40 minutes.
What happened here?
If you're with the others,
It would just be me and character creation.
they've already relieved me of my belongings.
I'm not. I'm looking for someone who was sent here by a man named Rutherford.
And then you found him. I am Alistair Rockford, attendant to the Lady Ariane of House Wellesley.
Of the 7 high houses of Rosaria. It's been a long time since last I saw my great-aunt. Is she well?
My Lord Marquis? Yes. Yes, she is. The Lady Dowager has granted me leave to assist your Uncle Stuart. I was on my way back from the old capital when I saw some villagers being robbed on the road here.
Bandits?
They looked more like field hands, but it didn't matter in the end. I did what I could to help the victims, but all it earned me was a pommel to the temple.
Which way did they go?
South, toward the gate.
All right. I'll take care of them. Founder knows I've met enough of their kind. You head back to North.
Literally just
Visit the
recently.
Vale. Tell them I sent you.
Thank you. I shall. Founder be your shield.
Son of a god! God dang it, Koji! Sorry, I read it, the quest smooth like butter, but it's smooth like butler.
They just couldn't resist, could they?
Darn you, Koji!
This one's ours, pretty boy.
Pew pew pew! Definitely don't use the Mega Flare when they're staggered. Holy crap, Joshua! By the way, Koji Fox has confirmed all the puns in the game is from him.
Make for the town while you can. There may be more bandits nearby.
You don't need to tell me twice. Many thanks, traveler.
This looks to be all of them.
Rockford, Rutherford.
I thought I told you to make for the Vale.
And stand by as ill might befall the heir to the ducal throne.
It's just Clive, and I'm fine. Which is more than can be said for you.
I will survive.
Strange that the garrison wouldn't intervene in such a brazen attack so close to their gates.
The garrison have their hands full inside the city. Some days they don't even send out patrols. There are few hands left to work the fields, and even fewer to transport the grain. The market stalls are nearly bare, and the price for what remains is exorbitant. It's not uncommon to see a fight break out over a crust of bread. When I said the ones who attacked me didn't have the look of bandits, I meant it. They were probably just desperate.
Rockford, listen to me. If you are to continue your investigation, you first need to seek the attention of a healer.
Of course. I shall return to Northreach right away. But allow me to thank you first. Had you not happened along,
Don't thank me. Thank Rutherford. It was he who sent me.
I suppose he'll be wondering where I've got to. I shall send a Bastolus as soon as I'm able. Good day.
My uncle certainly has his work cut out for him. If it isn't already too late. I should go and tell Rutherford that his colleagues are still in one piece.
What is that? It looks like a corral. Have I been over here? Oh, good golly, Miss Molly, that is a big kitty. Well, we have Joshua and Jill, so hopefully it won't be like the Nine of Knives fight. This might be a hunt mark. Madagot. Wow, that cat got destroyed! I don't think that was a hunt, it was just there. Ooh, hunt? Kill! Oh, no hunt. Bit sad about that. So the sky looks awful. Looks up. It's just cloudy, guys. Come on.
I see you're still here. The Rest's location affords a constant flow of traders, and with it, a constant flow of information. Speaking of which, I received word from both my associates. They have resumed their investigations, thanks to you.
I only happened to be in the right place at the right time. They both seem to think the realm's prospects rather grim.
I am afraid that grim would be putting it lightly. Storm is in crisis, and if we are to free her, we must work quickly. And we must work together. Such is your Lord Uncle's wish.
As it is mine.
All right. Alright, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not a fan of Joshua's alternate outfit. That's better.
Let me tell you a story, Clive.
Oh.
All right.
Okay.
Rumours wet legs were spreading. Might be they weren't just tales plucked out of thin air. You see, there was a time when I weren't too particular about who I sold steel to, so long as they paid me the right price. Some women lust after blood, others after flesh, but me, I were always one for gold. And to satisfy that lust, I sold to opposing armies, stabbed my every client in the back, made myself the most hated woman in the twins. But then one day I met a man who made me a different kind of offer. Said he'd give me access to a realm-wide community of like-minded individuals in constant need of steel and sundries. On the condition I sold to him and his alone.
Was that the first time you met Sid?
Aye. And I fell right into his damn trap. He was true to his word, so I ended up being true to mine. And I soon started making the best profits I've seen since taking up the trade. And all without aiding or abetting any outlaws. Except Sid himself, that is. Told me about his plan to topple the mother crystals, you know. Said that with them gone, the realm would want for all manner of things. An opportunity for the likes of me to mint gil. Why, I reckon an enterprising individual could find herself the richest dam in the twins. And that's when he had me. I emptied my stores that day and moved into the hideaway proper. And the rest, as they say, is ancient bloody history. A dozen years on, and I'm still not the richest dam. Not for lack of trying, mind.
How'd you meet
But I can
Goots?
say that I have never been happier. You've all shown me there are some things more precious than gil.
That there are.
So don't you go messing it all up. Or you'll have me to answer to.
Clive, and that scares me.
Still alive, are ya? Coin purse weighing you down? You'll not find a better price than that. It'd better all be here. Clive. that great lump?
Why, he's gentlest, most dutiful soul I've ever had the pleasure to meet. He might not be the brightest crystal in the crate, but he's got a good heart, and I'd far rather have an honest fool working for me than a clever scoundrel. He never shirks his duties, never answers back, never dips his finger into coffers. No, I won't hear a bad word said about him, though I might say a few myself. The lad's even got Blackthorn teaching him the secrets of smithing now, so I'm keeping my one good eye on the forge. If that blowhard of a blacksmith should even think about doing Goots down, we'll be having words. Protective!
Go on, then.
She's like, the only person who can insult him is me, and if you do it, it'll be more than I lost.
What can I get you, Sid?
10,000 gil. F it.
As if setting our people free wasn't enough. Good news, everyone. The casks have been liberated. Here's to Sid.
We need some cheer in here, dang it!
Don't be a stranger, Sid.
How is my money after this? Yeah, we're still good. We're still at 90k.
Blasted book.
Hi.
Here, you put me in this situation, Clive. You can bloody well get me out of it. I need a hand with a recipe.
What did I
You
do?
sure it's me you're looking for? I'm not much of a cook.
I'm all the cook will be needing, thank you very much. What I want from you is a little of your time, right? Oh, and perhaps your sword. You remember Ivan's stew, right? Well, despite the look of the thing, and that awful stench, people wolf it down. So I thought I'd try making one of these supposed masterpieces myself. Had a peek at the book and gave it a go, but, well...
It wasn't as straightforward as you'd hoped. Ivan had the same problem.
Yeah, but this is my blooming kitchen, and I will not be outdone. So if you don't want to be seen as playing favourites, I suggest you lend me a hand.
Kind of putting me in a rock and a hard place.
I've never been one to play favorites, Molly. And I would be only too happy to lend you a hand. So, what's on the menu this time?
A fried mortress of skyworm. That's one heck of a name, innit? Recipe seemed easy enough to an old hand like myself. Thought I'd followed it to a T. Only, turns out skyworm livers and drake's mint are not what I thought they were. At least I hope they're not, given the rancid mess they made.
Ivan said the recipes in the culinary pilgrimage date back centuries. Who's to say the ingredients even exist anymore?
Wow. That's a question for a scholar, wouldn't you say? Perhaps you know of one? Kindly old fella who haunts the shelves, maybe?
Fine. I'll go and speak to Harpocrates. Perhaps he'll know something. And if he does, I'll see if I can find your ingredients for you.
You do that. Lest we forget, you've got a reputation to uphold.
Is a storm coming, Sid?
Lawsman Harpocrates. I've come to pick your brain if you don't mind. It's about the book you lent Ivan.
Ah, Valisthea, a culinary pilgrimage, a classic. One of my favorites, in fact. The young man did a wonderful job with the Chance's stew. I do hope we shall be able to sample more such marvels in due course.
That's actually why I'm here. I don't suppose you know where I might find skyworm livers and drake's mint.
Ah, so the fabled Sandbrequois delicacy is next on the menu. Delightful. The descriptions of fried mortress never fail to make my mouth water. Now, skyworm is a somewhat antiquated name for the wyvern. Their ground liver
Makes
being
sense.
the paste from which the mortress is made.
Dragon livers. How very Sandbrequois.
One would have thought the disciples of Bahamut would have a touch more reverence for their icon's brethren, but apparently not. I believe the specific dragon the recipe demands is the blueback wyvern, said to be the very color of the sea beside which it resides.
So we know where to look for our liver. But what about the drake's mint?
I mean, you can
Saint's bonnet,
revere things and still eat them.
a herb which grows along the North Reach coast. I gather that one can locate the cheerful yellow flowers by their heady scent alone, so I'm sure you'll have no trouble finding them. I may add that people once believed game was best served with the flora that sustained it in life, in which regard fried mortress of skyworm is undoubtedly a typical dish of the time.
Meaning that if I find one, I find the other. To Northreach, then.
Best of luck, Clive. And do save me a bite once the dish is complete.
I really like the voice actor for Harpocrates. Like, it's so pleasant, like... Well, why is the old man is just talking? And it's just like, please keep going. I just... Look, I apparently have a thing for voices. If I like the sound of someone's voice, I just want them to keep talking. I'll just sit there and enjoy it.
To the meadows, then.
I do believe that is our blueback wyvern that I see in the distance.
Socrates said I should be able to find what I'm looking for somewhere nearby. Bright blue dragons and bright yellow flowers. Should be easy enough to spot.
Hey, I was correct.
This must be our wyvern. Alright. Let's get this over with.
Booyah. Raptor liver. Some naturalists believe that it is the blueback wyvern's proclivity to feed on carrion that results in their livers becoming so engorged, and that the saints' bonnets with which they follow their meals serve to that's a new word. Ameliorate this effect. Others claim that it is the blooms themselves which cause the damage, the wyverns being so taken with the flower's taste that they cannot resist.
That's the wyvern's liver. Now I just need to find the herbs. Bright yellow with a heady scent.
Right there.
I think that's everything Molly needs to resurrect her recipe. Better head back.
Hopefully it's better than the previous one. Man, is Oriflamme even, like, livable at this point? Dang it. I'm messing up the timing for the counter so bad. Demontator sash? That is worse than what I currently have. Ooh, increases high potions by 25%. Hop. Yeah, like, the flood just looks like it's coming from Oriflamme, so it's just... Is there anybody even alive in the city? If not, that's pretty sad. I have not touched Ramu in a while. Stuff as his abilities. Bahamut, honestly, the bulk of Bahamut lies in his Mega Flare. Impulse isn't super bad either. Definitely want to try Giga Flare.
So, did you have that word with Tomes then?
I did, and he was as helpful as ever. He told me exactly where to look, in fact.
And what precisely will I be cooking up? Or is it better not to know?
Blueback wyvern liver. And, a herb known as Saint's Bonnet.
Ah, wyvern livers, was it? Well, at least it weren't actual worms, I suppose. Now then, you stay right where you are. I've got some cooking to do. Let's hope these grand old chefs of yore knew what they were on about. And here we have it. Fried mortress of skyworm. Ivan's offered to make sure it's fit for consumption. Well, I say offered. He as good as begged.
And rightly so. Is there any higher honor than partaking in a slice of culinary history?
So, not fit for consumption then?
What
century is this? The crackle of the crust gives way to an almost violent richness. Yet, it is the piquant kiss of the saint's bonnet that tames this savage dish. It is a tour de force, a force of nature even, a maelstrom of flavour and sensation, a graceful beast emerging from centuries of slumber.
I think he likes it.
Well, I can't quite tell
I
with
think
all
you
that
guys are
nonsense he's
psychos.
talking. I reckon you might be right. It was decent then, I take it.
Decent? It's remarkable. And I defy any man to say a word to the contrary. Sid, might I suggest that you command a party of your finest men and women to procure a dozen blueback wyverns forthwith?
I'll give it some thought.
Clive, that would be a no? Because I don't want people to die. Alright, we have one more side quest left. Well, one side quest in the hideaway. There's one on the place where we're at. Hello.
Sid, perhaps you can help me solve a mystery.
That
Certainly
depends.
try. Who's gone missing this time?
It's not who, but what. Mid-scales, the ones she made for her workshop. I borrowed them to teach the little ones about weight, and shortly after the lesson, well, they vanished. My first thought was that they'd taken them off somewhere to play, but when I asked, they swore they had nothing to do with their having disappeared. Which almost certainly means they had everything to do with it.
Could it have been Nectar? Because apparently Clive's the only one who can see them.
I think it just might. Thank you. I don't like to imagine that my pupils would lie to me. But if they have, I'll have no choice but to discipline them accordingly. They were in the atrium when I last saw them. As always.
Seems the hideaway is lost its...
Ooh, yeah, several things to talk about.
There's no one like our Nan.
She could be a bit grumpy like, but deep down she's got a heart of gold. My mom and dad worked me like a dog and still called me a witless, worthless waste of space. Said it so much I started believing them. But the Nan got wind of how they were treating me and she didn't like it one bit. Pulled out a big fat purse full of gold and threw it at their
Your
feet.
lad's worth double that.
She said, and if you lot can't see it, you hand him over to someone who can. All that shining, glittering gil and Nancy, I was worth more. I've never been so happy in my life.
I've never looked back.
I started working for Nan right then and there, and I'll gladly stay with her till my dying day. Oh, that's nice.
Be careful out there.
Protect this man! He is pure and deserves to be happy.
I heard the Emperor was impaled on his...
We're all gonna die! You hear me?
What do you reckon we should do? I say we should just tell Miss Shirley.
You'll get us all straight. I'm telling you, I can fix them.
Whoops. Hello, kids.
Sid! Hard at your studies, I see. And what is that? It's not a set of scales, is it?
No. Of course it isn't.
Well, not anymore, it's not. Oh,
And just how long hasn't it been one?
we're sorry.
But we didn't break them. We dismembered them.
Just like Miss Mididol showed us.
Miss Mididol? And why would she have you dismembering her creations?
Because that's the only way to become a ninja-neer.
Miss Mididol said.
The best way to see how something worked is to take it apart and put it back together again.
Well, then your work is already half done. Carry on.
About that.
The taking apart was easy enough, but it's the putting back we can't work out.
Speak for yourself.
Mood.
The heavy thing goes at the bottom. Then...
You three need to learn to take responsibility for your actions. So let's have a look at these parts with fresh eyes, shall we?
He is right.
Must have been magic keeping those scales together. It's the only explanation.
Oh, it's called balance.
All right. Everything here was once part of Miss Midadol's scales. Every piece has its own role to play, and each is just as important as the others. If even one of them is missing, the scales won't work. So let's think about what those roles might be. You already know one of the pieces, the body. Its role is to support everything else. But what of the others? This is called the arm. Why do you suppose that is? It doesn't look much like an arm.
You're right. It looks more like a wing. Like a chocobo wing!
You've ridden a chocobo before, haven't you, Sid? Will you teach me to ride one day?
I'll think about it. Now, what do arms do?
Hold things. So wait, maybe this arm holds things too?
Good thinking. You're on the right track.
This is nice.
These round parts are called the pans. You all know what a pan is, don't you?
I do. Molly uses them in the kitchens to fry bangers.
But these aren't for frying bangers, you idiot. They're for weighing stuff.
But what if I wanted to weigh goods? Don't think you fit on that little thing.
Probably not.
What are the chains for? Holding the pans up?
Well spotted. Which means something must hold the chains up in turn.
The arm.
This tiny piece is what's called a cogwheel, or gear. Have you ever seen one before?
I have. Miss Midadol's dungeon is full of them.
I still love that she calls it the dungeon.
She puts them in all her inventions. They spin round and round and round and round and...
Midst the
That's
thief.
right.
She's not even here.
Very useful when you want to make things move. Do you remember if there was anything on the scales that moved?
I remember the arm moved when I tried weighing an apple. And then somebody ate it.
It's not my fault. You shouldn't have tried weighing it before lunch.
We know what part's supposed to move and how it's supposed to move. So, let's put the pieces together first, see what doesn't move, and then stick the cogwheel to that.
Not a bad idea. You see? It's not so difficult.
If it needs to move, it isn't moving, you use WD-40.
So,
if it's moving, it shouldn't be moving, you use duct tape.
What do you think?
I think we've got it.
Then here's what we'll do. You tell me what goes where, and I'll put the scales together.
Well, obviously you need to start with the body. All the other pieces fit onto it, don't they?
And the arms go on the body, just like real arms. Or wings, if you're a chocobo.
And then the arms hold the pans by the chains.
Very good. Let's see if that works. There. All finished.
Yes! We did it!
Well, with Sid's help.
Oh, I just put the pieces together. It was you three engineers who showed me how.
That's right. We're Miss Midadol's hares.
Her hairs?
Yeah, hares for the future. She's showing us her secrets now, so we can help out the hideaway when we're older.
Oh, heirs.
What do you think, Sid? Are we almost ready?
With a little more help from Miss Midadol and Miss Shirley, I'd say it won't be long at all.
How about this gear?
You hear that? It won't be long.
Until then, though, do try to be honest with Miss Shirley.
What about the gear?
Hey, look. We never used the cogwheel.
You don't think Sid forgot about it, do you?
Clive, let's have them figure it out.
Didn't happen to forget anything, did you, Sid?
Yeah, it looks like a regular set of scales. So what's with the cogwheel then? Oh god, no. No. Oh, it's coming back! I put everything together. Why do I have an extra piece? Where did it go? Having a crisis here. I have had that happen several times while building models. It's just, you think you follow everything correct, and then you have one extra piece, and you're just like, oh god, where did this go?
Well, did you solve the mystery?
It was as you thought. The children had the scales, or the parts of them at least. They dismantled them to see how they worked.
Oh, no, Mid will have my head.
Thankfully she won't. This might even have been her idea. Although I was the one who ended up teaching the lesson.
I'm so sorry, Sid. I know how busy you are. I shall see that the children are properly punished.
Please, there's no need. Mid seems to have taken the three of them under her wing. She's even calling them her heirs. She'd have them follow in her footsteps. And her father's.
I see. Sid, do you know why Mid has been spending so much time at the hideaway of late?
She told me it was because her studies have been interrupted by events in Canva. Is that not true?
No, it isn't. The university offered her a commission. In exchange for full tuition, room and board, they asked her to oversee the design of several new war engines. To anyone else it would be an opportunity, but to Mid, who lost both her parents to war, it was a bitter pill. One she was none too keen to swallow. But that should come as no surprise. She's only ever cared about bringing people hope. The very last thing war can be said to do.
Which explains her heirs. She's working to give them a better life. And so should I. What's the odd engineering lesson?
Oh, you've given them far more than that. And I'm sure they're very grateful.
Where'd the gear go, though?
If Mid is teaching my pupils her secrets, I suppose I should brush up on some of them myself.
Oh, so sorry for the outburst, but it is true. If I am building something, it doesn't matter what, and there's like an extra part left over, and there shouldn't be one, it's literally just, oh my god, where does this go? Oh. I regret that both of you and a lump had to get all tangled up in the wicked weave of my sordid past. But thanks to your meddling, I was finally able to put to rest matters that were left too long to fester. And with that finally done, might be I could sit back and enjoy this new world of yours you're so keen on creating. One don't need a pair of eyes to see the good you've done. Aw. I mean, Clive was correct. It's like, try it. If anything doesn't move, that's probably where the gear goes.
Did you see that?
We sent Cursebreakers to Martha's Rest, Dalamil, and Northridge.
Do you like being struck by thunderbolts from on high? Then don't let anything happen to me. Yeah?
Yes, sir.
How may I help you today, Clive? Is everything we've received and everything promised? You earned this.
Wow, that's a lot of AP. Holy crap. Talisman of priming.
Come again. I may have more for you.
Clive. Anything catch your eye?
Bad blood.
Always something in there.
Alright, that's the only side quest left to have.
We can use the ruins to cross the ravine.
Assuming they would allow it. The Echoes have a will of their own.
Ooh, level up. It's crazy that I'm this far, and I'm only a level 37. What is this, Pokemon?
Tell us about Yote, Joshua.
She's strong-willed, loyal, and deadly with a blade. Much like Clive, but with better manners.
Oi. I think Clive has good manners. I've seen worse. Better. Oh, poor chocobos. Ba-da-ba-da.
I do. Where are you off to now, then? Bound for the Free Cities, perhaps? Oh, no need to say if you'd rather not. We all have our reasons. Ain't exactly feeling like sharing with strangers myself at the mo. Truth be told, I could do with a bit of inspiration. Don't know which way to turn no more. Was doing a roaring trade back in Oriflamme. Right up until the poor Drake lost her noggin. So, thought I'd try me luck in the desert. Then the Fang went the same way. And don't get me started on the mess in the bloomin' Dominion. Suppose I could try Camber next. But knowing my luck, the old place be crawling with the work before I'd even sat out me stall. But as I always say, where there's crisis, there's opportunity. The opportunity to mint Gil, that is. So, where to next? Is there any money to be made in Ash? Do orcs even carry Gil?
Probably not. Ooh, a flood.
You're injured. What happened here? Where are your comrades?
Ether flood. Up ahead. It swallowed our camp while we slept. My own men did this. Turned every last one of them. There's a village not far from here. Tabor. The people were kind to us. It's only a matter of time before they won't stand a chance.
Oh, that ain't good.
We can't let those monsters reach the...
I'll go. You catch your breath.
Thank you. Our encampment is up ahead. Just off the track. They must not reach Tabor. Forgive me, Lord Cougar.
Rest well, soldier.
Oh, he's dead. F Coop Cup, by the way.
You said the encampment was close. Let's hope the Akashic are still there.
Another ether flood. They're everywhere now.
We can't go around it.
Then we'll just have to be careful.
Whee!
We got here in time.
Hang on. Gotta plug in the controller. Ow. Does Ultima just want all the people to turn Akashic? Kind of feels like that.
Is someone there? Please, I can't move my leg.
That doesn't sound like an Akashic.
Hi.
You're with the battalion?
I am. I heard the fighting. Are the others?
Taken care of. One of your brothers in arms told me what happened and asked for help.
Another survivor? Where is he? Tell me.
His wounds were too deep.
He was right to send you. Those things you slew are no longer my brothers. Tabor is safe thanks to you. Here, you've earned it.
Cool. 100 ash.
You seem familiar. Have we met?
Nope.
You must have me confused with someone else.
Bye.
That scar.
Go, 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 go. Oh, fuck. She's following us.
You're Sid. I was
Oh,
there.
boy.
In Cosnis when you killed my brothers. I was there in Rosalith when you killed my commander.
My war with Hugo Kupka is over. I bear no ill will toward those who followed him.
And what of my ill will? Coward! Draw your steel. Lord Kupka shall be avenged!
I feel like it's an honor thing.
Fine. If you insist.
For Tyson!
You're in no fit state to fight.
And this should be easy for you. Come on.
Kill me!
For what? The sins of your master. You and I have no quarrel, and I will not strike a man who cannot defend himself.
No. I won't be deceived. Lord Kupka told us of your crimes. You are an outlaw. A murderer, not some
man. Like you or anyone else.
I am nothing like you. But if you're not gonna kill me, then go. Leave! Just know that I will find you, Sid. Someday.
Bye. You had the word dying in your title. You know, if that's what you need in order to stay alive, then by all means, hate me. Nice.
We're nearly there.
Have you been to Tabor before?
There are a few places I haven't.
Welcome, travelers. We don't get many visitors here in Tabor.
Where now, Joshua?
There is a residence just inside the city gates. She awaits us within.
Jeez, I thought it was the ether flood for a second. Just waiting for her to attack us. Because it's cliche.
My Lord Marquis, it is an honor. I am Yote.
Hi.
Knight of the Undying, charged with the protection of His Grace Joshua Rosfield, Keeper of the Flame of the Phoenix.
Of course. It all makes sense now.
Would you care to elaborate?
Please do.
The Undying are loyal servants to the ducal throne.
Oh. Oh!
Specifically, to its heir. They have served our family for generations, albeit from the shadows.
Since their inception, they have been tasked with the preservation and enactment of the rites of ancestral communion. After the events at Phoenix Gate, it was the Undying who delivered me to safety. And since the day I left Rosaria, Yote has been my constant companion and protector. Without her sword, I would not have survived my journey across the realm.
That explains why Benedicta could not break her.
Rise, Lady Yote.
If anything, I should be thanking you.
You saved my brother. I owe you a debt I can never repay.
I but did my duty.
Come now. Tell us what you've discovered.
Your Grace. It is as you feared. The vessel we spied off the coast of the Crystalline Dominion on the night of her fall. It was the Einherjar. Beyond any doubt.
The Black Galleon.
Joshua.
Fill me in.
Einherjar is the Royalists' flagship. What business would they have in the Dominion?
Upon learning of Waloed's involvement in recent events at Drake's Fang, I sensed the malign influence of Ultima, and bid Yote and the Undying look into the matter.
We have reason to believe that the Black Galleon weighed anchor shortly after the fighting began, and set a course due south.
For Canva. Then it is Waloed knights who besiege the cities.
What is left of them? Yes. And the Black Galleon sails at but one man's behest. Barnabas Tharm.
Meanwhile, the Agora and the free cities of Canver.
But are we truly safe here in the Agora?
The city guard have been paid, if that's what you're implying.
All the more reason for them to run.
Well, you are free to leave, Lord Minister.
Markets abandoned, warehouses aflame, blackened hulls choking every port in the capital. Canva is ruined.
The realm teeters on the brink of chaos, and all you can think about is commerce.
Forgive us. We were not aware Dhalmekia now subsisted on charity.
How dare you?
Oh, that ain't good.
Distinguished members of the Council, you must forgive His Majesty this intrusion.
What is the meaning of this?
A trifle crowded, but I fear it will have to serve, my liege.
Very well.
My colleagues, do you not see? The king, he has come to save us from the Akashic.
Just killed your guards. I
It is
don't.
a gift from the heavens, divine intervention, our very salvation.
And of course, if it is compensation he requires, we would be most willing to negotiate a fair price for services rendered.
Fools.
Your ignorance unbecomes you.
Your Majesty, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would swear that the fiends washing the cobbles of Canva with the blood of her citizens wear the colors of Waloed. Ha! So you do not deny it. Guards, fetter them, and see our guests to the dungeons!
Enough.
Oh, he killed everyone.
Pathetic creatures. That you should imagine yourselves worthy of salvation. The girl is still here, somewhere in the city. Her consciousness fair dripping with her late father's hubris.
Oh
no! A consciousness to which Mythos is inextricably bound and inexorably drawn. See that he is made welcome.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Come, Mythos. Surely the prince's light cannot have sated you.
But that ain't good.
So then, how long has Waloed been under Ultima's control?
How long indeed? Based on what we know of Barnabas's actions, I would guess some few years, mayhap more.
But to what end? What does Ultima want?
The tapestry. Show them.
By the flames.
Phoenix Gate, Drake's Breath, and now here. But what is it?
It is old, ancient, even. Naught remains of the faith it represents, save what can be gleaned from the image itself. None could tell me what the one in the apothecary meant, even the Undying. But I believe it may be the key to discerning Ultima's purpose. That figure in the center, the one beneath whom the icons congregate, that I believe to be Ultima. He is a god, or at least godlike. His very existence beyond our ken. The icons, and by extension their dominance, are meant to be his subjects, and while some, like Barnabas, have accepted this role, others have rejected it. Like you, Clive, which is rather inconvenient, as it appears he needs you most of all. And gods don't like to be disobeyed.
No, I don't suppose they do.
Clive, may I tell Yote of the lake?
Sure.
By all means.
Yote, I will be accompanying my brother to the Free Cities. Whilst we are afield, I would have you watch over those Clive has made his wards. Omielos delan tuisag ilith. Though well concealed, the hideaway lacks trained fighters to defend its occupants should they be discovered.
But it is my duty to...
As it has ever been my brother's duty, remember.
If that is your wish, Your Grace. But please be safe. If aught were to befall you,
You have my word.
I ship them. I like her. guessing that he did something to basically transmit the location of the hideaway.
My lord, my lady.
We are in your debt, Yotei.
Oh, Yotei, I saw Mom. She's dead now. By her own hand.
Friends.
Not mine. Yes, let's find Mid before Barnabas does. Tapestry comes to life and it's Ultima. What?
It's plain she cares for you very deeply.
And I her, which is why I had to let her go.
2 side quests.
Welcome, welcome. Of course. Go safely.
Do side quest.
Is that blade for hire, perchance? Because I have a mind to make a killing.
Figuratively, I hope.
Well, yes and no. A passing caravan carried with it a rumor most fortuitous for one in my trade, that an elder Dread Evis had been sighted in the fields of Korava. Dread Evis are aggressive beasts. Compelled as they are to acts of violence, few survive to maturity, but those that do develop a hide of phenomenal value.
A hide you want to sell?
Eventually, yes. Though I would have it tanned first that it might be crafted into marvels the likes of which the world has never seen. Dread Evis skin is a rare thing indeed. But the worked hide of a well-aged beast, now that would fetch such coin that Gilbert himself might weep with envy. Bring me that beast's skin, and I will share with you the bounty of our combined labors.
Or why not?
All right. I'll hunt your Evis.
Of course you will.
I thought it was always pronounced Avis.
When one lives in such troubled times, it is a fool who lets opportunity slip his grasp. Leave Tabor through the east gate, but take the path that branches west. Once you reach the checkpoint at Tovani, you are a mere stone's throw from the fields of Korava. I eagerly await your safe, and above all, triumphant return.
Cyril. How fares the search?
Well, Your Grace, my report shall be with you ere long.
Ah, yes. Yotei is otherwise engaged, at my behest.
And the duty of wardenship?
Fulfilled. For as you see, I've been reunited with my first shield.
Sup?
I am Cyril, Knight of the Undying and bearer of the Burning Quill, charged with chronicling the mortal deeds of His Grace, Joshua Rosfield, Keeper of the Flame of the Phoenix, and rightful Archduke of Rosaria.
I entrusted Cyril here with overseeing the investigation into Ultima's origins. Findings from his brothers and sisters afield are delivered here to be collated and catalogued.
Just how many Undying are there?
Not nearly enough, milady. Yet we are glad to give our all in service to the Phoenix. Such is, and has ever been, our creed.
I see.
You have your associates, I have mine. But you may now think of them as ours. That won't be a problem, will it?
The Phoenix is our sun, and we but the shadows that quicken in his radiance. It is from the darkness that we serve, both him and now you.
I guess it won't be a problem. Cool.
Pray accept this token.
Phoenix down. I get it.
As long as you bear it, members of our order will reveal themselves unto you. If there is nothing further.
No. You are dismissed.
Your Grace.
To Canva, then.
We'll talk about this later.
Joshua, talk about what?
You certainly keep strange bedfellows, Joshua.
I mean, so do you, Clive. Lots of undying.
Lord Rosfield. I'm afraid I cannot stay to talk. I must leave to collect the reports of our spies in the field. Now that you wear the Phoenix down, our brothers and sisters will no doubt reveal themselves to you too. Farewell, my lord, and may the Firebird's flame burn ever in your heart.
The free city.
Suck it, Mom! Sorry. Listen, I do not like our
Sure
dodge.
this is the right way, brother?
For a Dread Avis? Yes. For main story? No. What's main story? I'll tell you when you're older. Not that young. I'm glad that Final Fantasy has been bringing back the Dia spell. Dia was a white mage only magic in Final Fantasy 1 only, and it only did damage to undead. There's a cat over there. You shall not fight the cat. Just fight Avis.
Looks like there's still plenty of fighting in yet.
Avis skin. The thick scale skin of an Avis claimed by some to be as old as the mountains themselves, though it has most likely seen but a decade or two.
This thing reeks. The sooner it's off my hands, the better.
Joshua Clive, you do things for people? Yes. It promotes the hideaway, gives me allies, and sometimes they give me free things. Well, it's not free, but they give me things. So we can keep the highway supported.
Here's your
hideaway.
As requested.
I worried you might never return. Quickly, let me see it. Oh, as supple as a maiden's cheek, yet as adamant as her virtue. This is everything I had hoped for, and more. Clearly, my trust in you was not misplaced. You must be a hunter of considerable talent to have bested the beast with nary a scratch.
It's actually a pretty easy fight, yeah.
As my honored partner, with my means and your might, we shall be as wealthy as the merchant kings of Zemeckis.
I don't plan on making a habit of this. I'm busy enough as it is.
Seriously, my sleep schedule is
Though I
non-existent.
believe fate had a hand in our meeting, it would be unbecoming of me to beg. Do not allow me to keep you from being about your business. Here, for the hide.
Skin trade. Ugh. Wow, 100 bloody hides.
Careful how you pack that leather. Any creases or scratches.
You there, the strapping lad with the sword.
As an old man voice.
No one was paying me the slightest heed.
Is something wrong?
At the university, the students would hang on my every word. Sadly, this far from home, I'm just a vagrant greybeard.
The university? You're a scholar.
A specialist in ancient cultures. The most accomplished in all Valisthea, some have said. Not that I look the part in these tattered rags. In my heyday, no obstacle could have kept me from my studies. Yet here I am, a wizened windbag, bested by the many steps of Tabor. The answers I seek lying just beyond my enfeebled reach. Would you do an old man a kindness and brave the stairs in my stead? You'll be amply rewarded, of course.
Sure.
Climb the stairs and...
And memorize a few inscriptions for me. Assuming you know your letters, that is. Some courteous soul is rumored to have carved clues to Tabor's rich history into stones dotted about the village. 3 of them, to be precise. 1 each to the north, south, and east. I'm here in the hope that those carvings might shed light on a riddle I've been pondering for some time. Namely, the otherwise undocumented origins of Tabor's unique people. People quite unlike those of neighboring lands.
I can't promise I'll remember everything perfectly.
Remember what you can. I'll piece together the rest. Make for the domed pavilions, and you'll have no trouble finding the stones.
Clive, I don't know if I can remember what I read. Old man, then write it down. All right! God dang it. Come on, guys.
How are those new boots treating
you? Guardians of the Crystal, the first stones of Tabor. Sacred hold thy noble blood till ends the mother's labors. Labor, not labors.
No history would be complete without mention of the mother crystals.
Clive. Ugh, crystals. Look, as much as you hate them, Clive, they've been around here since the inception of this world, apparently, so you know what. Deal! Children of the hunters, now tillers of the land, reap her promised blessing and give praise her gracious hand. Oh,
Farmers must have settled here in Tabor.
That mark. You must be Lord Rosfield. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, my lord. I, too, am a member of the cause, though I spend most of my time hunting. For the good of the village, you understand. The soil is poor here, so the people sup mostly on meat and blood. The hides, meanwhile, they make into leather, and then into gill.
I mean, blood does have water, so makes sense. Wanderers of the Golden Plains, lay your roots in stone. With pride recall thy noble past, and make these rocks a home.
What Golden Plains might the wanderers have called home, I wonder? I should speak to the old scholar before I forget everything I've read. The engravings were in good repair, considering their age.
Oh, what that I could have seen for myself. Come, don't tease me now. What did you learn of this place and its people? Let's start with the engraving to the south, shall we? What did it say?
Oh no. Oh no. I don't know what direction it was in. Great good Google. I freaking hate you.
Guardians of the Crystal, the first stones of Tabor. Sacred hold thy noble blood, till ends the mother's labor. I'm pretty sure that was it.
Fascinating. It would seem the founders of this city were descendants of those fallen charged with protecting the mother crystals. But whatever could have driven the Guardians so far from their sacred charges, I wonder? The engraving to the north is next, I think.
By the way, chat, I actually did the revamped Good King Moogle Mog fight in FF14, and I have to say, I like it so much better.
Wanderers of the Golden Plains, lay your roots in stone. With pride recall thy noble past, and make these rocks a home. Or I think that was it. At least.
No doubt you're right. There are vestiges of nomadic customs in Tabor its guardian roots could never account for. This is proving most enlightening. Now, for the final stone.
Children of the hunters, now tillers of the land, reap her promised blessing and give praise her gracious hand. That's all three.
And so, we add primitive farmers to Tabor's founding peoples, the final piece of the puzzle. 3 engravings, one for each of the 3 peoples to have settled Tabor in ancient times. Guardians of the Mother Crystal, wanderers from across the plains, and last but certainly not least, hunters turned farmers. Little wonder it was so difficult to trace the roots of Tabor's culture. Those roots reach down through 3 distinct traditions. Nonetheless, one cannot help but wonder why this fact is not better known among scholars, given that the stones stand here for all to see.
Too many stairs, perhaps.
Too many by far. Here, and...
I ask myself that question every time I play through Swish. Whoops! That's not what I wanted to do. We'll delete this one. Alright, chat. I have 7 minutes left, but I'm just gonna call it here because we can't really do much of anything. Thank you all for coming. Greatly appreciated. We defeated Bahamut. He definitely needed to chill. He has chilled to the point where he hasn't woken up yet. Oops. Mom is dead. Hooray for that. And our bro is back. Literally. Ooh, I want Giga Flare. I can get Giga Flare. Yes. I like Satellite. Satellite's not bad, but it's definitely more magic focused than I'm liking, so... Not you. Why did you bloop? Sorry, that was Alexa. But anyways, thank you all for coming. So, stream schedule... No, I have to save again. Tomorrow, no stream. Sunday, no stream. Wednesday, no stream for now. Thursday, Pokemon Kitakami. Teal Mask DLC. Let's go. Well, up to a certain point, at least. Friday, more Assassin's Creed and more FF16. Maybe DOS 2 the following Sunday. Maybe not. Saturday is Strixhaven. There we go. Till then, thank you all for coming. Follow me on YouTube at Capital Evia number 7 for my Twitch VODs and whatever is Twitter these days at Evia Gaming. Goodbye, everybody.